can't I see the stream? Come on. There we go, that's better. Okay. Robotech attack on the SDF-1 was fun. It's now time for Waste Nights. This just came in, when did this come in? A couple weeks ago? Something like that. Right around Christmas this arrived. Had no idea that was coming. And yeah, wanted to play this. Read up on it. Oh, I didn't look at... Shoot, I meant to go look at Board Game Geek to see if there were a bunch of common things on there. I should have done that and started a little late. Oh well. I'll look at that after today. Waste Nights, 2nd edition. This was kickstarted, I don't know, some number of months ago. And just came out. So, that's what I'm going to be playing. Now, what all do we have here? Well, lots of decks of cards that are well, not on screen because the board's so big. Let's see, we have here the Book of Tales. This is just for the different adventures there are. There are 8 adventures to go on, and you'll be directed to the Book of Tales to read some entry in there for whatever adventure and resolve some stuff. So there's a lot of choose your own adventure type of stuff to this. I'll be doing first Road to Ruin. Yeah, this is 240 pages. Lots of stuff in there. So lots of different things to experience, and I guess if you play the adventures over and over, you get a lot of different stuff there. Oh, that's something I meant to front up. Outback Chronicles, here's where you can record your adventure, whatever nights were involved, and various things. I'm just going to have to write those down for now. I don't want to write in the book. So, there's that. Rule book, which I'm sure I'm going to have to use a bunch of times. The guide, this is where you just have a little bit about the adventure. So like Road to Ruin, this is the only one that's just one player. And it says it's easy and it's only supposed to take 45 minutes. I'm sure it's going to take a lot longer than that because I'm still figuring out what I'm doing. But you go through, you make sure you don't look ahead in what's going on here. Yeah, this one's pretty short. It just has these 2 things. And then, well, I'm sure I'll finish that and then try out one of these other ones. Safe Haven's another easy one, it says. It takes 3 hours and it's 2 to 4 players. If you're playing solo, you just play with 2 characters. So we have that one, and then Awakening says it's medium, so I'm not going to get to that one yet. I'll try the easy ones first. That's also 2 to 4 players. Sunken Treasures, this one is competitive. You can't play solo. It says it takes 5 hours. That should be fun. Except, yeah, 2 to 4 players, but no solo mode, because yeah, that one's competitive. So that one I won't get to stream. Unless I want to be schizophrenic for that adventure or something. Rise of the Red Lord, that one's advanced. So we'll get to that one last. Although some of the adventures, at the very least, I think it's Rise of the Red Lord, I don't know. Some of the adventures require you to have more than just the base game. Spreading Corruption, that one's medium. Oh yeah, like this one requires you to have stuff from Remnants of Civilization expansion, which I believe I have everything. I think I did the all-in pledge or whatever it was. Deadly Cargo, this is another competitive one, although it doesn't say no solo mode on there, but I don't get to play that. I don't know. Oh, and this takes place in Australia, and it's wasteland and stuff, so it just screams Mad Max to me, which I'm cool with that. Mad Max is great. Lost Garrison's another easy one, although I think this is another one that requires an expansion. Maybe not. Alright, 2 hours, 2 to 4 players, easy. I may do that one next just because it says 2 hours. Well, we'll see how long the first one takes. I don't know. So Road to Ruin. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Let's see. Kickstarter guide that just says, here are all the different components that were in each one of those little expansions or whatever else, and how you can incorporate them into the game. Plus a big list of thank you backers. So that's just a bunch of names. I don't know. Maybe I'm in there. So I don't remember if I kickstarted it or did a late pledge. Alright, lore guide just tells you a little bit of stuff on cults and gangs and stuff. Not a whole lot there, mainly just some pictures and a little flavor text. Okay, so yeah, rulebook. I'll have to get to that multiple times. So, let's see. Although, here, we'll read the first page of the rulebook, because that gives an overall idea of this is just some flavor text for the game. So, yes. It says, it's hard to talk about times you only know from stories. Although, wherever you go, you can encounter traces of long-lost glory to our civilization, along with evidence of its fall. To us, the survivors. Lots of commas in there. There we go. Let's read that again. Although wherever you go, you can encounter traces of long-lost glory of our civilization, along with evidence of its fall. To us, the survivors, they give little knowledge about the past. It's known that the apocalypse wasn't caused by some lunatic with his finger over the red button, nor was it brought upon us by robots that reached self-awareness after decades of obedient servitude to humanity. We should blame for it our forefathers, billions of common people, and those in power who govern them, ceaselessly repeating the same mistakes. Their stupidity, short-sightedness, blind faith, and greed are the reasons for our struggle, the burdens which have to be carried by the next generations. We have no idea what happened on other continents. Here, in Australia, people chose to blame an international megacorporation called Cerbero for every imaginable evil. I mean, Cerbero sounds pretty evil. It took advantage of poor policy of the heavily indebted government and proposed a unique solution, the buyout of the vast, yet mostly barren inner part of the country, and substantial financial help in the form of strategic infrastructure investments. Effectively, after a few years, Cerbero took over key industrial sectors and left the government powerless. In the meantime, citizens started protesting against expenses on defense and police. Sounds familiar. This had a direct connection with Cerbero introducing a number of technological improvements that have been designed to protect Australians against the growing terrorist threat. And this game's all about Australia, but I believe it's from Poland. I think that's where the company that made this, who makes this? I forgot. Oh, here we go. It says on here, galactigames.com. And yeah, I believe, yeah, there we go, Poland. Where were we? So, Cerbero, yeah, protect Australians against the growing terrorist threat. Government-financed military and police became practically non-existent, replaced by Cerbero peacekeeping forces that were much better equipped and, most importantly, didn't cost taxpayers $1. Cerbero knew how to make the most of its investments. The desert interior soon became a testing ground for various scientific and military projects. The desolate heart of Australia was dotted with research labs, technological and production facilities located both above and below ground. Experimental nuclear reactors and geothermal power plants pierced the Earth's crust kilometers deep. In that time, people used to gossip that Cerbero even managed maximum security prisons in order to conduct bizarre genetic and biotechnological experiments on dangerous inmates, turning them into something more. Now we know that every rumor of old rings true, and innumerable hideous spawns of the twisted imagination of Cerbero's scientists, whose creations roam the waste looking for blood. However, people could justify almost everything in the name of cheap energy, easy life, and pretenses of safety in the world falling into chaos. Yet, it is said that nothing lasts forever. Cerbero fell, and our hopes for a brighter future ceased to exist. What were the reasons? Who knows? Maybe the experimental underground reactors powering the company's infrastructure had simply failed. Maybe the central computer had been infected with some unknown virus. Or maybe nature itself had decided to retaliate for millennia of abuse and plunder. The bottom line is, one day Earth trembled, and long dormant volcanoes erupted again. A series of tremors and underground explosions caused the continent to break in two, changing its shape. Ocean waters flooded the rift, creating the Great Divide, a watery canyon splitting Australia into two separate lands. Tens of thousands died in the ensuing chaos. Australia split in two. And it looks like, I guess this is the only place to go across. All right, where are we? And in that very moment, with Cerberus agents occupied elsewhere, terrorists struck at the largest cities. Partially malfunctioning, military AI managed to provide limited protection, mostly for tech facilities belonging to the corporation. The ruin already brought upon Australia was multiplied tenfold, bereaving Australians of their livelihood. Can I just rename Cerberus to say Google or Amazon or something? Google's on? Amoogle? And thus began the darkest days that cannot even be compared to our current fights for survival. I guess it's good that the generation remembering the scourge is practically gone, while those gray beards who still remain don't wish to share any stories about that bleak time. We know that the population fell sharply, and misery reigned everywhere. Yet people were quickly tempered in the flames of eternally burning factories and dying lights of abandoned metropolises. Our fathers and grandfathers taught us how to get by in the waste. Our mothers and grandmothers made sure that we wouldn't make any mistakes of the past. Thanks to them, we can proudly walk among fading memories of the world that they'd helped destroy. We are the children of New Australia, the outcasts from the technological Eden, willing to use any tool just to create another dawn. We do not fear beasts that escaped from ruined Cerberus laboratories, nor cybernetic constructs of the company mindlessly patrolling the wasteland. We proudly stand against gangs and degenerates looking for easy prey, and we do not believe false prophets promising a new paradise on Earth. We know that the only thing left for us is survival. We are the Waste Knights. All right. Oh, and there's one more from the, what is that thing? Yeah, the Outback Chronicles. There's one more sheet there. Oh, I see. It says down here, permission granted to photocopy for personal use only. So that's to make it easy to make extra copies of that. Well, that's nice of them. Since instead of sheets, they just give you that book that would be much harder to get a good copy of. I'm sure there's a nice little PDF of that on Board Game Geek or on their game website or something that I need to do. I meant to do that before starting. I completely forgot. Okay, so rulebook I'll have to get to a bunch. The game's pretty much set up. There are a bunch of decks of cards up there that you can't see. There's a deck of gear right here that when you go to town or when you have something where you can draw gear, you draw a piece of gear off the bottom. There's some starting gear that I get to pick from. Gear can be working or it can be broken. We'll get to all that. Player setup, you're supposed to choose a character. I think the base game comes with 6, although I have 13 here from expansions and Kickstarter exclusive stuff. Although for Road to Ruin, the one I'm going to play, you can only use one of 6 that are in here. There are 4 different colors of dice. That all have different stuff on there, like the white one's the weakest one. These are successes for anything. It has a 1, a 1, a 2, and then 3 blank sides. That's the worst one, up to the red one's the best one. 1, 2, 3, another 1, and then that'll break your weapon, I believe that's what that said, and then that's fate. So there, yeah, a few different colors of dice, lots of other little components we'll see along the way. Now, for Road to Ruin, yes, it says it's only one player. It should only take 45 minutes. We'll see. It's easy. And it says this one, you do all the normal game setup, which I've done all that, except you don't do player setup, where you pick a character and get some gear and stuff. It says you don't do that part yet. It'll be resolved later, so I don't get to pick a character yet. Additionally, in this adventure, you read entries by yourself, so it is recommended not to look at the narrative choices you do not take. Well, yeah. Anytime you're reading anything out of here or in the Book of Tales and stuff, you try to make sure you don't read other stuff. You don't want to spoil anything. Alright, these, you know what? I don't think it's said yet really what these markers are supposed to do, but there are 4 colors of these. When you pick a character, you attach one of the little bases to it. There are 4 of them. I got one other one over here, just so you know who's who. And then, yeah, I don't know, these do something. But a lot of the stuff in the game isn't really told to you because it'll come up in the guide and the Book of Tales. Alright, so let's see. So I'm going to try Road to Ruin. In this time of ruination, hardly anyone remembers that before the Scourge there was a magnificent route circling the continent. You could take it and drive around Australia in a week. Yet even then, it was a back-breaking journey. Long distances, heat, unstable weather, technical difficulties. Only the brave few took this trip. Many years have passed since then. The aftermath of the cataclysm and time have been slowly yet unceasingly ruining Highway 1. Some parts of it disappeared completely, damaged by explosions. So, highway around the whole country is Highway 1, huh? Is that as nice as Pacific Coast Highway? That's also one. I've never been to Australia. Where are we? Here and there, the desert took its toll, covering whole stretches of the road in sand. In a few strategic places, Cerbero relics mined the highway, turning it into a true field of death. At the same time, untamed nature reminded humans that it rules over most of the continent now. Couple typos. Nowadays, there exist only a few sections of the highway that still serve its original purpose, fast transportation. That's why everyone calls this horrible route the Road to Ruin. However, some daredevils still try to make the golden lap. Those people dream about forgotten places, hidden gems of public infrastructure, petrol stations missed by looters, cargo terminals, towns waiting for an enterprising visitor. Or maybe it's all about bragging that you've actually made it through National A1. There's no medal for it. At best, it's just a badge to pin to your ride. But when someone looks such a crazy fool in the eye, they'll know that's someone who survived almost 15,000 kilometers of hell. You're one of those daredevils famous for making the golden lap. Ooh, okay. You'd thought that it had opened some doors for you, but at the end of the day, you ended up just where everyone else. Just where everyone else ends up. Living a boring life of a survivor trying to see another day in the waste. C1. Alright, so we have to get out the Book of Tales. And go to Road to Ruin, which is the first set of stuff on here. And so Road to Ruin, we look at 1 and just do what this says. Setup. Choose, randomly if you like, the night you want to play. In this adventure, you can only use one of the following nights. And it did say... I don't know, it did say somewhere before you do the setup and everything, just to look at 1 and see what it said, just to be prepared, or just, I don't know, something like that. So I did already read this. You can only use one of the following knights: Avenger, Mechanic, Slasher, Spirit Warrior, Stalker, or Trailblazer. Not their name, but their title. Oh, okay, Slasher, Scavenger. Oh, okay. So maybe it's more than 6. You can only use one of those types. Take the chosen knight sheet, tokens, and personal upgrade cards. Return all unused knight elements to the box. Set aside the plot tokens numbered 1 through 6. Those are, let's see, they're over here, these orange things. Although I flip them over, they're gray. They'll have a number on them. Resolve the following entry matching your knight. Well, let's pick one first. So I'm just gonna, you know what, I'll do this. How about, well, let's see. Avenger, Mechanic, Slasher, Spirit Warrior, Stalker, or Trailblazer. So Dr. Fang is a scientist. No. Slasher, Scavenger, Avenger. Was Mercenary one of them? Mechanic, Spirit Warrior. Wait, what did I say? Scavenger, Slasher, Avenger. Were those all in there? Avenger, Slasher. No Scavenger. Mercenary? No. Stalker? Yes. Do they all have different titles? Priest? Mechanic? Huntress? No. Scout? No. Judge? No. Spirit Warrior? Trailblazer. Alright, so you use one of those. So it is only 6 characters. I'm just going to roll a die. Oh, I need a die with numbers. There. I'm just going to roll a die and take whatever's the 5th one down. Logan Harris. Okay, I'll be Logan Harris. Why not? Take the chosen knight sheet tokens and personal upgrade cards. Yeah, return everything else. Okay. I am an Avenger. You are the Avenger, the Spirit Warrior, or the Trailblazer, C100. So already you start off differently based on which kind of character you got there. Alright, so I have to look at that. What do I need? So I need his little mini. Alright, where's that one? That's it right there. These are probably the 6 that come with the base game. And alright, so yeah, he'll be playing as blue. And then I think these are supposed to just be on here. I think that's what it was. And let's see, characters are supposed to get 2 ammo, 2 fuel that's going to go on the vehicle he chooses, and 2 meds. Start off. Unless it's supposed to be different here. Yeah, tokens, personal upgrade cards, I'll get those out. Okay. C100, so we have to see what 100 says. Alright, so this is as much as I know so far. I don't know what this is going to say. Alright, that can go out of the way. Alright, 100. There it is. Ever since the Gangraean Miners' Union was founded in the bustling settlement in the northern part of the continent, the Western Company, a powerful mining operation controlling most excavation sites and refineries in Western Australia, has been losing money. Its board is forced to meet the union members and heed their increasingly peculiar demands. Lack of agreement always means another strike. First successes in negotiation have emboldened GMU. Now the miners fight not only for pay rises or less work hours, they knock at the company's door whenever they come up with some crazy idea. Canteen meat that doesn't trigger a response from your Geiger counter, well-equipped clubhouses, coal allotments, and so on. Having had enough, the company board have decided to automate the mining process. especially that they have heard rumors about something unique in Pumps. Pumps is one of the cities. The last existing model of Comb Mine ZX, a huge mining machine that can easily replace most workers from gangrene. This would also be the end of the unions. However, in order to start off the Comb Mine ZX, they'll need a daredevil willing to travel along the north coast, find the missing parts, hire mechanics necessary for the machine's servicing, and eventually bring the metal beast to Gangran. Then the golden age of open pit mining shall return. Place the set-aside tokens on the following spaces. Alright, let's get some stuff out of the way here. And I'm just going to put character over here. That bag has threat tokens in it. Alright, I need the plot tokens. I don't think I have them in order here. Okay. Alright, there are 10 of those. I need 6 of them. Plot token 1 goes on space 25. How are these numbered? Okay. 22, 23, 24, 25. There we go. Looks like it's kind of left to right, top to bottom on the right, on the east side, and then on the west side. Okay. Plot token 1 in space 22. Plot token 2 on space 22. Plot token 3 on space 0. Oh, 0's right there. Plot token 4, Queens Valley. Where are all the vehicles? Get that out of the way. Alright, Queens Valley, where's that? New Sydney, Pumps, Queens Valley. Plot token 5. Well, 6 goes on Pumps, and plot token 5 goes on space 4. Okay. So I'm guessing I have to travel to all these places? I have no idea. Okay, we do that. These are the places where you might learn more about the trouble in the north. Okay. Go to the plot sheet, Wild North. So back to the guidebook, so now we can go, there's trouble in the south and Wild North. I assume trouble in the south would have come up if I chose one of the 3 characters that made me read 50. Setup. Place your knight figure on Gangran. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's one of the cities. Place the time marker on space 2 of the track. Where's the time marker? That's right here. Each round, move it down the track. Down. Okay, something's going to make this go up, I assume. I bet maybe visiting one of these will make this go up, because otherwise, I don't know. Sounds like I'm going to run out of time pretty quickly. Place a special marker on the proper space of the track, depending on which. Place a special marker on the proper space of the track. Special marker. Uh-oh. Depending on which knight you are. Avenger or Trailblazer, space 5. What am I? Avenger. Is that one of these? No, those are camp markers. Rulebook. Special marker, blue one. Okay, this goes 5. On the other side it says +10. Okay. Alright, place the special marker Yeah, Avenger, Trailblazer, Space 5, Spirit Warrior, Space 6. This is the dominance marker. It represents the power struggle in Northern Australia between the Gangrayan Miners' Union and the Western Company. Resolve the proper entry depending on which knight you are. So Avenger, I have to look at 70. Read the plot special rules below and begin the round. So it never told me to... So I'm supposed to... Normally when you do player setup, you're supposed to choose a vehicle too and get equipment. Did it tell me to do that as part of one? Should I have a vehicle already? Choose the knight you want to play. Take the chosen knight's sheet, tokens, and personal upgrade cards. It didn't say to do anything about armor and vehicle. Alright, anyway, well, maybe that'll come up. Avenger, C70. Maybe I have to start. Maybe I don't get a choice on which vehicle I'm going to have. Alright, Road to Ruin. Avenger, yes, 70, okay. A few days ago, you woke up badly hurt, on the back of someone's car, surrounded by members of the Old World Order, an organization aiming to bring Australia back to its former glory. You learned that they'd found you in a wrecked truck, and that the convoy you'd been guiding had been robbed. Hang on just a second. Alright, that's better. Alright, so convoy you'd been guiding had been robbed. The raiders had taken everything, killing or kidnapping everyone who had accompanied you. Over 100 souls you were supposed to take care of. Your pregnant wife, Jody, was in that group too. Her fate remains unknown. Oh, not Jody. When you recovered from the shock and shouted into the desert, every curse there is, you decided to follow the gang that had taken everything you own, everything from you. Literally everything, which practically meant that without some well-paid job, you couldn't even dream about finding Jody. Fortunately, the commander of the OWO, Old World Order, squad advised you to visit nearby Gangrayan. It's rumored that the Western Company, one of the most... Is that a real city? You have Carcassville down here. Pumps, that's, yeah, oil. Queens Valley and, well, New Sydney. Clearly Sydney's a real place. Alice Offsprings. Anyway. It's rumored that the Western Company, one of the most influential players in the western part of the continent, needed a courier. Once there, you learned it was supposed to be a long trip, visiting a few places up north and finding parts for some mining machine. Damn, considering the deep shit you were in, you wouldn't hesitate at 1 second, even if it was about a nuclear bomb. You accepted the job, then took some stuff from the company's armory and a ride that looked decent enough to cover more than just 100 kilometers. If everything goes according to your plan, you'll soon run over all those sons of bitches who dared to hurt your loved ones. Had to fix a couple typos again. Setup. Alright, choose one of the... So yes, you're not supposed to choose anything yet because you have to do it here. Choose one of the following gear card sets. Sawn-off shotgun, knife, and trash armor, or pistol, knife, and vest. So the starting gear, you get much better gear later. Alright, so I can get a trash armor or a vest. So just, when you get attacked once, you can break it to prevent 1 damage. This one you can break it to prevent 2 damage. And then once they're broken, you can discard them each to prevent 1 damage. So the vest can protect you slightly more. Or when they're broken, they can be repaired. Vest is also worth a little bit more in bartering, but it takes a little more to repair. So my choices are knife, pistol, and vest, I think. Or sawn-off shotgun, knife. If in normal player setup, it's just the players take turns choosing gear until everybody has one armor and then one or two weapons, depending on the order that they got to choose. Yeah, sawn-off shotgun, knife, and trash armor, or pistol, knife, and vest. So in either case, you'll get a knife, which, when it's working, you get to roll 2 white dice when you attack, in addition to whatever your skill is. So Logan Harris, if he's attacking, doing a melee attack, and gets his blades skill, he gets 1 white die and 1 green die. If he attacked with a knife, he'd get 2 more white dice. If he's doing a ranged attack, he uses his gun's ability, and that's again 1 white and 1 green. And then, like the sawn-off shotgun, would add another white and another green. Although anytime you use a gun, you have to spend ammo, and he currently has 2. Okay, or so no matter what, I get the knife, and then when it breaks, which it can break if, I think that'll break the weapon. Other things can break the weapon as well. If you roll a fate, then this will deal 2 damage, but you also break this. Once it's broken, if it breaks again, it gets discarded. Although same thing, it can repair. Once it's broken, it just has 1 green die. What happens with a knife? When it breaks, it just has 1 white die. What would make it break? Oh, that's right. Rolling this, which is a botch, I think they called that. Whatever that icon was. When you attack and you use that, you break your weapon. Okay, or I can have a pistol instead of the shotgun. So what's the difference here? Pistol gets 2 white, and if you roll a fate, you deal 1 extra damage, which I guess the green ones do have that. The white ones don't. They're the only ones that don't have that. All right. When it's broken, instead of 2 white dice, it's 1 white die. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. So knife, pistol, and vest, or shotgun, knife, and trash armor. I don't know. Let's take the vest and the pistol. So currently, I have that armor, and then I have a knife and a pistol. They're each one-handed weapons, so you can carry them both because you have 2 hands. Let's see. Will these both be visible? And not really. We'll say there. Those are the 2 in the hand. Alright, the rest of the starting gear can go away. Okay, now choose 1 vehicle sheet. Oh, I get to choose a vehicle? Oh, now you're supposed to take your 2 meds, so those aren't the tokens it was talking about. They meant just these tokens. Take 2 meds, 2 armor, and 2 fuel. Place the fuel on your tank, on your vehicle sheet, and the remaining resources on your night sheet. Return to the plot sheet, Wild North. Okay, so I get to choose a vehicle, and then I get a bookmark. Well, actually, I guess I don't need anything else from this right now. Choose a vehicle, and then return to Wild North. I guess I could use one of those pieces of starting gear to mark my place if I need to. These won't be needed again. Okay, alright, so choose vehicle. Vehicles to choose from. And it's just a reference card. Because of the expansions, there's some extra vehicles, but you can, it says to just add them to the base game, so you can use them now. On the vehicles, they each have a type: light, medium, heavy. Some of them have a little extra stuff written there. They have a speed. That's how many movement points they have on if you use the move action. This is how much gear it stores. This is equipped. I can store 5 pieces of gear in the vehicle. Tank, that's how many fuel tokens you can have on there. Spending 1 will add 2 movement points or add to exploration. Chassis is how much damage the vehicle can take before it'll malfunction, and then that's how much it costs to repair. They almost all say 1. Battle rig costs 2. That's how much it costs to repair 1, to take off 1 damage from it. Oh, Harry the Camel has health instead. No. Huh. Interesting. Oh, we didn't read about Logan Harris. There's a thing on the back. I should do that. Oh yeah, so this is not a vehicle, but whatever. Well, Harry the camel is considered a vehicle for most game purposes, but uses a number of unique rules described below. Well, movement. Harry the camel has no speed, but produces no movement points to move. Basically, it may move up to 2 spaces over any terrain, except for craters, ignoring 1 threat icon on your route. Ooh. You may deal damage to it to move 1 extra space for each damage dealt. When it comes to movement, moving across a highway does not cost any movement points. Well, it's up there, but it's also on here. Moving through desert costs 1. Scrub costs 2. And then cities have one of those terrains. Craters are impassable, and mountains also 2. And yeah, cities all have one of those kinds of terrain. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it shows right there, New Sydney's desert, for example. I have no idea what vehicle I want. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 12 vehicles, including Harry. You know what? Let's just pick one randomly. Where are my dice? Alright, here we go. Oh, rolled off. I got 12. Now, I don't want to pick Harry the Camel right off the bat. Harry the Camel's out. 2. Alright, let's see. Sand Buggy. Sure, we'll use that. Why not? What's movement like? 4, 4, 4, 4. Does everyone... Oh. Bike has 5 movement. So does ATV. Alright, most of them have 4 movement, so that's pretty regular. Alright, I'll use the Sand Buggy. So it has 2 fuel. It can only hold 1 more. If it takes 4 damage, it will malfunction. Spending fuel gets me 2 extra movement points. I can hold 4 gear in it. Oh, and it says type medium. What does it say on there? Engagement. You may deal 1 damage. If you do, this vehicle suffers 1. The vehicle suffers 1 damage once per combat. So you can use the Sand Buggy whenever you encounter some enemies you're fighting to deal damage, but it'll take damage. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I really want a Sand Buggy, but that's what I rolled. I'm going to go with it because I don't know if it's good or bad to have this. Alright, but yeah, let's read about Logan. We didn't do that. Logan Harris. Many say Logan is a doomed man. Wherever he goes, people start to die. His passage through the continent is marked by wrecked cars, enraged gangs, and burning settlements. It seems his tragic past, a family lost in a bandit raid, is endlessly trying to catch up with him, and he just keeps running away from it into even bigger trouble. Yet, he's also one of the best drivers in Australia, a formidable fighter, and a decent mechanic, which makes him hard to catch and even harder to kill. Many have tried to do this, but Logan's thirst for revenge, for vengeance, is only matched by his indomitable will. This dangerous mix means that you do not want to cross him. I'm sure they all sound somewhat Mad Max-ish. Alright, so he has 2 meds, 2 ammo. Oh, I should have picked a shotgun. He's holding a shotgun. Come here. Alright, so we have a waste knight, we have a vehicle, the sand buggy. And then it says return to Wild North. Alright, so where are we? Read the plot special rules below and begin the round. Okay, goal. Quickly figure out what is going on in the north. Collect as many challenge tokens as possible. Challenge tokens. These, I believe, were the challenge tokens. Those are plot tokens. Yes. This is a challenge token. There are 12 of those. On one side it says threat, the other side it's radiation. I know, they're not all like that. This one has threat and contamination. But we want to collect as many challenge tokens as possible before the conflict escalates, so before the time marker leaves the track. Oh, so, okay. Okay, plot special rules. Lone Wolf. When you would attach the second injury card to your knight or the second malfunction card to your vehicles, see 159. So, yeah, you can get injured. If at any point you take 3 injuries or have 3 injuries at the same time, you're eliminated. You're dead. Vehicle, same thing. If it has 3 malfunctions, your vehicle is not, I guess at that point it can't be repaired or anything, and you can't get around anywhere, so you're eliminated. So it's a loss if you get 3 malfunctions at the same time or 3 injuries. The only way to get rid of those is to be in a city. You can visit one of the city shops and take care of that. Oh, my beer's not open. That's better. Alright, but this says, if you ever take a second injury or second malfunction, you have to see 159. Something's going to happen. Additionally, you cannot discard injury or malfunctioning cards when resolving the city action. Oh, alright, so you can't get rid of any injuries or malfunction in the city. Okay. Plot action, the job. Only on a space with a plot token. So if you go to a plot token, you can do this action. On a turn, you can perform 2 actions. There are 6 different actions. You can only perform each of them once, other than plot actions. If there are 2 different plot actions on the same space, you could do both of those. But like movement is one of the actions. You can only do that once per turn. Exploring is an action. You can only do that once per turn. Does this list all the actions? Yeah, you can move, you can camp, you can explore. If you're on a city, you can do a city action, and you can visit 2 shops when you do that. You can do plot action, you can do special action. So you have to do 2 of those 6. Well, unless there are actually 2 plot ones to do, or 2 special ones to do. Alright, so when you start resolving this plot action, move the time marker 2 spaces up. So you need to get to these every time you get to one. This moves up 2 spaces. Okay. Yes. All right. So when you perform the plot action, when you start resolving it, move the time marker up 2 spaces. Move the plot token from your space to your knight sheet. Then resolve the entry matching the plot token. Important. All right. So whatever. Look in the Book of Tales for these. Important. You have to resolve the plot tokens in the ascending order. All right. So you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, that seems reasonable. This is the closest. This is the only way across from one side to the other, so sure. All right. All right. Dominating the north. Position of the dominance marker on the track informs about the current strength of the warring factions in northern Australia. The lower the marker on the track, the more powerful the Gangrayan Miners' Union is. Okay. The lower the marker on the track, the more powerful the GMU is. Consequently, the higher the marker on the track, the more powerful the Western Company is. The dominance marker cannot leave the track. Alright, so this will just affect, I'm sure, certain things that come up. It'll depend on how powerful each side is. Okay. When conditions described below occur for the first time, resolve the matching entry once per game. At the end of the round, in which the dominance marker has moved to space 3 or lower, or space 8 or higher, see 59. Alright, so once one of the factions becomes dominant, something will happen. Okay. As you fulfill the adventure goal, you will encounter an entry enabling you to end the game. When the time marker would leave the track, and some plot tokens... What? As you fulfill the adventure goal, you will encounter an entry enabling you to end the game. Okay. Is this a separate thing? When the time marker would leave the track, and some plot tokens are still missing from your night sheet, see 120. Alright. Alright, so that's what we have to work with. And then, yeah, it'd be different if we had Trouble in the South, but don't want to read that. Don't want to spoil anything for that one. If I play the adventure again at some point. Oh, and if you want to do a random adventure, I think this comes from one of the expansions or something, they're the 8 adventure cards. It just has each one of those 8 adventures on here, so you can just draw one and do it randomly. Also, not supposed to be in there yet, there are these city cards, or landmark cards, I think that's what these are. I don't know what they do. That's from, that'll be for a specific adventure. Also these parts cards. Or no. That's right. Both of these could be added in right now, but it said they can make the adventure easier or more difficult. I can't remember which for which. And will make it take longer. And it recommends that you've already played the adventure first. So, no, we're not doing either of those. What else is over here? Oh no, these the landmark cards. I don't know, this one, same thing. They recommend don't do that unless you've already played the adventure. So I'd rather just play through all of them and then add that stuff in. Well, all the ones that aren't competitive. Okay, let's see. So currently all I have to do is get to here. Can't go through this crater, so you're gonna have to go around. Now, a lot of the spaces have a little exclamation mark on there. Those are threat markers. If you cross over those, you have to draw a threat token from here, and those will have various consequences that you resolve when you draw whatever space you end up on. If you move, whatever space you end up on, you draw one of these cards. A wasteland card. You draw this one if you're on desert or highway. You draw this one if you're on scrub or mountain. And when you draw that and have to resolve it, that's when the threat tokens take effect. If you drive over one with a radiation symbol, well, then you gain radiation, which 1 radiation, you're fine. 2, you lose 1 die whenever you do rolls, although you can never roll fewer than 1. 3 radiation, cannot heal. You can get rid of the radiation in town. I think also in the camp action you can, that doesn't have camp action stuff. I don't remember everything exactly if you choose to camp. Yeah, let's look it up. Since, what path I take, well, gonna want to take into account things like radiation. Oh, and if you already have 3 radiation and you get hurt, you take some contamination, which you have regular damage to your health. Green is contamination. You heal it like health. It's just if you heal that once, it turns to regular damage, and then if you heal it again, it goes away. If you ever get 8 total damage and contamination, you go unconscious and then you get an injury. All right, let's see, where's camping? Camp action, heal. Yes, you if you camp, if that's one of the 2 actions you take in a turn, you can heal. You can spend meds to heal. For each med, which I have 2. For each med you spend, you can heal 3 normal damage or 1 radiation. Okay. That's what I thought. And yeah, let's get this out of the way. We don't need it for a bit. Need it when we get to here. So let's see. So the sand buggy has 4 movement, or I can spend fuel to get more movement. And then, as I said, highway costs 0, desert 1, scrub 2, mountain 2. Crater, can't move through that. That's impassable. All right, so I don't really think I want radiation, but if I go this way, well, that'll make me draw a threat token, which those can do bad stuff. What are all the threat tokens? So these are all the threat tokens. They have a, if it's a yellow side, you do that, well, when you get somewhere and draw a wasteland card, if it's an enemy that you have to fight, which I think that's what it is most of the time, you do the red side. If it's not an enemy, you do the yellow side. So let's see, you could suffer 1 damage. You suffer 2 damage. You could lose 1 chosen resource, fuel, ammo, or meds. I guess these are all the same whether it's yellow or red. And then let's see. You could suffer 1 radiation, 1 contamination. Your vehicle takes 1 damage. Your vehicle takes 2 damage. You lose 1 success from the first test made when resolving your wasteland card. So when you draw the wasteland card and you have to roll some dice, you get -1 success. Those are all, if you don't get an enemy. These are all if you do get an enemy, things that can show up. Your enemy gets 1 extra white die. Your enemy gets 1 extra blue die. Your enemy gets 1 extra health. Your enemy gets armor piercing. Your enemy re-rolls all blanks once. Ugh. Your enemy immediately gets the ambush trait, or your enemy automatically gains 1 fate. Okay. So, threat tokens, I mean, those are all bad. But, well, you want to get from here to here, unless you want to really go a long way around and, say, go like this, and take forever to get there, which you have to get there in 2 turns. Alright, well, I don't know. Threat token set of radiation. Well, the quickest route to there would be 1 move, 0 movement, 2 to get to here, and then 1 more, so 3 to get to there, and then no movement, and this is on, I guess that's mountain. It's a weird looking mountain. Alright, so the quickest route is to just go like this, and that would cost 2, 3, 4, 5. So you could do it in 1 turn, although you'd have to draw 3 threat tokens and spend 1 fuel. Okay. Or, let's say you move 0 to there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would avoid 1 threat token. And you would do it in 2 turns without spending any fuel. Or, you go through the radiation instead of that and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that would cost 9. Let's see. That doesn't have a hex, so that's not a space you can go into. Yeah, definitely going to need to go through this one. Otherwise, you go around through mountains. No, that's too much movement. So, let's draw 3 threat tokens and get here in 1 turn by spending 1 fuel, which might be the way to go since, I mean, I'm somewhat in a hurry. Or do it in 2 turns, and I can go through radiation and, or let's see, what was it this way? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, I could go through here and just do 2 threat tokens to get there in 2 turns and not spend any gas. If something happens, well, depending on what happens from the wasteland card, let's say if I went this way to go around, it'd be 2, 3, 4. So I'd end up right here, and I'd draw a wasteland card for the desert, and have to resolve that with a 2 threat tokens, and then I still have 1 more action. I could maybe camp if I needed to, or I can do exploration, and maybe find some good stuff. Well, and then from here to get up to there, it's 0, 1, 0, 1. Oh yeah, 1 turn to get to that one. Yeah, because it's another mountain space. So it's 1, 2, 4. And then to get over to here, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess this is highway. It looks, I mean, it has little bits of highway on there. I think that's highway. So what was that? Oh, and I'll pick up some contamination there, unfortunately. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so you can get from here to here in 1 turn. Yeah, I think I'll do 2 turns because each of these is only going to take 1 turn to get to. Unless something happens to my sand buggy. Okay, so let's go. We're going to do move action first. So, right, move through here, here, here to here. So just straight this way. That'll cost 4 movement points. And I have to draw 2 threat tokens. Alright, so these 2, let's see. Okay, so it's, well, alright, so this one, if I have to fight an enemy, because I'm going to draw a wasteland card. If I have to fight an enemy, I'll take 1 extra damage when the enemy attacks, unless the enemy doesn't attack because I use my gun and kill it, and it only has a melee attack. Or, if it's not an enemy card, I'm going to get 1 radiation. And then this one, if it is an enemy, enemy gets a blue cube, a blue die. I don't like that. Or, if it's not an enemy, vehicle takes 1 damage. Alright. Well, let's see. So now I'm here. So I draw a wasteland card, and yeah, it's desert or highway. Seekers. Alright, so this is an enemy. I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, that's an enemy type. Something might tell you to go through the deck until you find or draw from the deck until you find a specific enemy type. Whatever that icon means, doesn't matter. Alright, so Seekers. This enemy gains X additional white dice. X is the total number of gear cards you have. So they'll get 3 extra dice because I have 3 gear cards. Engagement, you may discard any number of gear cards. So combat. What's the order we do stuff? So first, check enemy traits. Okay, so during engagement, you can discard. And they do a ranged attack. They get, well, it says X, white, and then, wait, is that 1 green, 1 white, and then plus the X? No, I think it's X, white, and green. So they'll get, when they roll, Seekers will get 3 whites and a green. And it's a ranged attack. Meaning, if I use my pistol, then we both attack at the same time. If I use my knife, or I guess if I chose to go barehanded, then they attack, we have to resolve all that, then I attack. which just means you can get knocked out and not get a chance to fight back. Although that's not really possible here. I have 8 health. Oh, and it's an enemy, so they will also get a blue die. And I take 1 damage. When does that happen? I said I think that happens when the enemy attacks, but let me make sure. Threat tokens. All effects from the yellow side should be resolved immediately, so if this were not an enemy to a fight, I would do the yellow ones immediately before doing this. While the ones from the red side are often resolved when an enemy attacks. Yes. So yeah, so if this were a melee enemy, and I used a range attack and killed him, he wouldn't get a chance to attack, and then this wouldn't do anything. But yeah, I will take an extra damage, and they get a blue die. I don't like that. And if a fate is rolled, the enemy deals 2 extra damage. This is gonna hurt. My other action may have to be to camp so I can heal. I don't know, we'll see. It's going to be a while before I'm in a city. Until I get to Queens Valley. Oh, don't need that. That die was not part of the game. Alright, I just used that to pick a vehicle. Now, I can also use my sand buggy, let it take 1 damage, and do 1 damage to Seekers. Because what I'm going to get to roll, well, whether I do blades or guns, well, so whether I use my knife or my pistol, I'll already get 1 green and 1 white. When attacking, well, if I roll a fate in combat, yeah, that's considered a blank. So that doesn't do anything. So, well, you expect to get 1 damage from this because it has 6 successes on there. There are only 4 on here. Now, if I use my knife, I get 2 white dice. If I use my pistol, I get 2 white dice. Oh, but on that one, if I roll a fate, I do deal 1 damage. What does this say? Advance. So in between the ranged attack and the melee step, the knife, you can discard this to deal 1 damage. So I guess you could throw the knife. So that's in between guns shooting and doing melee attacks. Now the vest, right, if I break it, I'll block 2 damage. So that'll at least block some of the damage the Seeker's going to do. It's already 1 guaranteed. And the blue does damage everywhere except, yeah, I think that's botch. And then, well, that would make it deal 2 damage. Although I think it doesn't say once per round. I think each one of these might be 2. Yikes. Alright, Seeker's going to be dealing a lot of damage, so Vest is probably going to get broken. And either weapon I use, I'm going to get 2 white dice now. I only expect to deal 3 damage. Seekers have 4 health. If you don't, if both the enemy you're fighting and yourself, if you're both still alive after 1 attack, you don't attack again. That's it. You just part ways at that point. You say, all right, that was a good fight, and you go on your way. Let's see. If I kill the Seekers, I will get 2 experience and 1 gear card. Ooh. Okay. So I want to make sure I kill him. So, yeah, I'm going to use one of the weapons. It really doesn't matter. I'd rather just use the knife so I don't have to use ammo. Well, let's see. Well, no, the pistol, if I roll that, that's also a damage. So, no, maybe I should use the pistol to help make sure I kill him, and I can use a sand buggy to deal damage. So, engagement. So the engagement step, that would be before anything happens. So if the Seeker only had 1 hit point, I could kill the Seeker before any ranged attacks. Seekers have 4 hit points, so that wouldn't happen, but it's alright, I think I'll do that. And it said, right, so during engagement, I can deal 1 damage. If I do this, vehicle suffers 1 damage. Yeah, alright. Alright, now before I do anything, first I have to choose which weapon I'm going to do. Or you can choose to not use weapons, in which case I'd be barehanded. I get to roll blades. I get to roll a green and a white. But no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm going to use the pistol. Okay, so I'm using the pistol, so I'll have to spend an ammo, and I'll get to roll all these. And I'm using the sand buggy. So sand buggy is going to take 1 damage. So there's a vehicle damage token, and that. So during the engagement step, we do that first. Seeker is going to take 1 damage. Also, if the Seeker had ambush, the Seeker would get to attack before I get to do anything. But no. So now we do ranged attacks. Alright, so they get to roll all these dice and we'll deal 1 extra damage. Ugh. So yeah, we have the blue one because of that and that. Oh yeah, yeah, gear cards. So during engagement, I can discard gear cards if I wanted. Like I could discard the knife if I wanted, and then they would only roll a white one. But those are my only 2 weapons. The pistol will only have 1 more ammo. After that, I'd be barehanded. Nah, let them have the white die. I don't want to discard that. Maybe if the knife were broken. Alright, so they roll. Okay, that's not too bad. 2. This counts as 2, so that's 4 plus that is 5. So I take 5 damage. That's a 3 and 2 1s. Okay. Alright, that could have gone worse. So we resolve all that. If I had taken 8 or more damage, then it'd be all over. I'm knocked out. Oh wait, no. I was using a ranged attack too. I go at the same time. Sorry, nothing got resolved yet. And if they both get knocked out, that can happen. You still get the rewards, but then you'll take an injury. Oh, seriously? 2. That stinks. So I'm going to get nothing. And I used a sand buggy for nothing. Great. So I only did 2 damage. I don't get any experience. I don't get a gear. Piece of gear. Oh, wait. No, I'm not taking 5 damage because the vest is breaking to prevent 2 damage. So I'm only taking 3. Well, that stunk. The expected value of those dice would have been 3. Actually, more than 3 because this would have counted as 1 with the pistol. 3 and a 6th. But I only got 2, so well below expected value. Oh well. Alright. So first combat was a failure. So resolution. Yeah, resolve effects, gain rewards for a defeated enemy, discard the wasteland card, and return threat tokens to the bag. Yeah, so these go back to the bag. And then this just goes away. You don't then attack until somebody's dead. That's it. Just one time. And then, oh, discard pile, and put it over there. Well, that stunk. Okay, so if I want to, so now at this point I can explore and maybe find some good stuff. I have 2 exploration. These are the exploration cards. So since my exploration is 2, I can draw 1, flip it over, and it'll have different results from each of the 4 terrains. If I don't like the result on desert for this one, I can draw 1 more. 2 is how many cards I can draw, and then I'm stuck with this one. Or, well, the other option is I could then spend some fuel. I could spend a fuel to draw again if I wanted, or I'd be stuck with whatever the second one is. So I can explore and maybe find some stuff, or let's see, so what was it for camping? What all? When I camp, during this action you can do all of these things. You can heal. 1 med will be 3 health. So sure, I can spend 1 of my 2 meds. You can repair. I have 2 repair. So I could repair the vest because it costs 2 to repair, and then it would be working condition again. Or I can remove 1 damage for 1 vehicle damage for 1 repair, but, well, that'd be a waste because, well, then I'd have 1 left over. May as well use up all of it. So if I camp, I can heal my 3 damage and repair my vest, and I'll use up 1 med, or I can explore. I only have 3 damage so far, and I'm not going to get any, no threat tokens at least next time. I'll just have to draw a wasteland card when I get there. And let's explore. Alright, so my other action is to explore. So, draw this. If I don't like it, oh, so that ammo got used, and that was completely wasted. So desert, I can get 1 gear card, but I'll also take 1 damage. So I can take that if I like, or I can draw 1 more, but I'll be stuck with that one unless I spend some fuel. And yeah, if I'd been in mountains, I would get 1 gear card. If I'd been in scrub, I would get 1 med kit and 1 fuel on highway, and it says place an alert marker on your space. So 1 of these. So you would get fuel, but then I guess if somebody else, so I could say if that had been here, then if somebody else travels along that highway, or you travel back along there again, you have to draw a threat token. Alright, so do I want the 1 gear and 1, but I take 1 damage? I have no idea how good the rewards can be on these. I think the only example I saw was of 1 of these was in the rule book, so I don't know. Sure, let's take 1 damage and 1 gear card. So I go, oh wait, but if I draw the gear, I can't remember whether it's in broken or working condition. I think it's in working condition. Let me make sure. If it's in broken condition, I don't know if I want it. Gear. Alright, where is it specifically talking about gear? Alright, gear cards. No. Gear cards. Can be working or broken. Yeah. Whenever the knights acquire a new gear card, they must immediately equip or place it on the vehicle. If all slots and the vehicle capacity are full, the knight must be immediately discard any gear. No, okay, I think it's when you draw a gear card, and you always draw them from the bottom. When you draw a gear card, you start it on the red side if you're bartering. Okay, I think that's the only case with that. All right, so so I draw, I took damage and I draw 1 gear card, and I got another vest. Well, I can equip it and put this in the sand buggy so that at least I currently have a working vest. Okay. If I had camped, I would have healed and just turned this one into a working vest. And yeah, and I can have 4 pieces of gear in the buggy. Okay. Alright, so that's it for... Alright, that's it for my turn. I think nothing else happened, so now this is just going to go down. Hang on. Night actions, da-da-da-da-da. No, well, okay, at the end of the turn, then I would see if I'm eligible for one of my upgrade cards. You start off, oops, I should have that on 0 experience. If you get up to 3, and then 6, and then 9, you get to take an upgrade card. Come on. So I think this is it. I did my 2 actions. That's it. The timer is going to go down 1. Resolving encounter cards, camp action, city action, explore, plot, special action, pass, combat. It says it somewhere. If you camp, or if you, at the end of your turn, that's when you check for experience. But that's all that happens. Alright, so that was my turn. And yes, this said... That's right. When the time marker would leave the track and some plot tokens are still missing, C120. So, well, something might just happen if that moved off. And it says... Place the timer on space 2. Each round, move it down the track. Whether, I guess that's after a round ends or when a round begins, whatever. Okay. Well, that wasn't a very good round. Okay, next round. Well, we're going to move, although I could still camp if I want. I can do that before I move. I have 4 damage right now. I'm going to move, and I will have to resolve... Oh no, I can't camp, because I also have to do a plot action. And doing the plot action is going to make this move up, so no. If I don't want this to go off the board, all I can do is move and plot action. So no camping possible. We're going to move. It's 3 movement to get to there. Oh, and before you move, if you have other gear, you can swap around gear. But then whatever you have equipped when you start your action, that's what you're stuck with for that action. Which, yeah, I don't want the broken vest. I'll use the vest that isn't broken. Okay, so I'll move 3 to get to there out of my 4 movement points. Although, that's it. I don't get to move another one after this. There was nothing along the way, so I don't have to draw another threat token this time. I do, however, have to draw another Wasteland card. So I guess that would have been one advantage of doing this. You only have to draw 1 Wasteland card. But you'd have 3 threat tokens, and I would have used a fuel. But, yeah, that might have been better to do it that way. I don't know. Alright, so Wasteland card, and this time I'm on mountains. So that's one of these instead. Hill Rats. Ranged attack again, 2 green dice. Only 3 health. I already used 1 ammo, and I will get, well, either way, I'm going to get these 2 dice, plus if I use my knife, 2 more white ones. If I use a pistol, 2 more white ones. But also... this, if I rolled this, that would be damage. I think I'll use the sand buggy again. I want to make sure, well, what do I get? Well, I'll get ammo if I kill them, and I'll get fuel. Let's see. They do deal 1 damage if they roll a fate. So, 5 out of 6 sides deal damage. I can only take 4, although I can block 2. Oh, if you are on a mountain space, the enemy gets ambush and threat 1. Threat 1. I think that means... I think that means I have to draw a threat token. Ambush means they'll go before me regardless, so it'd be silly to use the pistol other than I have a slight chance of dealing extra damage. So I'm going to use the knife so I don't have to use any ammo, and then I am going to use the sand bug again. I want to make sure they're dead because I want to actually get some rewards for once. Alright, now they only get 3 hit points. But during engagement, my sand buggy's going to take 1 more damage. I don't get any experience from them though. That stinks. You know what? Nah. I don't want to do more damage to the sand buggy. Well, I can repair it, but I'm... Yeah, all right, let's chance it. No sand buggy. If I don't get the rewards, oh well. Okay, so ambush means, yeah, they'll attack first. Even if I use the pistol, they attack before me. So if they do enough damage that I would get knocked out, even if I use my pistol, I wouldn't get to use it. So, yeah, knife. So yeah, what did threat 1 mean? Threat X, draw and resolve X additional threat tokens. So yes, that means I do draw a threat token. Just 1. Alright, this one. Blue die again. Great. Well, I guess I'm supposed to do that first, so I would have known the blue one's coming out. Now I can change my mind if I wanted, although... No, I'm still going with a knife. Well, unless I roll that, that's guaranteeing some damage. That stinks. Okay, alright. So now they attack. Okay, 3 damage. Well, the vest will block 2, so I only take 1. And a broken vest will block 1, but then it's discarded. Okay, alright. And yeah, they went first because they had ambush. Even if I used my pistol, they would have gone first. Now I get to roll with my knife. There we go, I got 3. Okay. So Hill Rats is defeated. I get ammo and fuel. But I can get there in 1 turn without fuel. I can get there to 1 turn without fuel. But if I use some fuel, maybe I can avoid some of the bad stuff on there. Ugh, there's 2 contamination. I'm going to have to camp at some point. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to go a long way around on something. Or I could do some exploring. I don't know. Alright, but that's done. So now, that was 1 action. That was move. And now I can do plot action. So that is my other action for this turn. And when I do plot action, the timer moves up 2 spaces. Right, that's what it said. Plot action, the job. Only on a space with the plot token. When you start resolving this plot action, move the timer marker 2 spaces up the track. Move the plot token from your space to your night sheet. Oh, and this can go back. Then resolve the entry matching the plot token, so 13. Back to the Book of Tales. Road to Ruin 13. 13 says, without full technical documentation about Combine ZX, no one in the Waste will manage to turn on this giant machine. not to mention disassembling it for transport or putting it back together. So it's probably good news that the Aborigines living around the sacred plateau store every single piece of paper they encounter in their travels. For a proper fee, they give access to the so-called eternal repository, full of piles of all kinds of waste paper. Choose. All right, I go to the eternal repository to get the technical documentation, C36. You won't pay a dime for some papers. You'll get them a different way, C74. So for 36, maybe you can barter. Maybe I can give up one of the broken vests or something. Or a check. If you're a spirit warrior, you decide, which I'm not, I'm Avenger. You decide to get the documentation and supplement your healing herbs by visiting a local shaman. But nope, I can't do that. All right, so I go to the eternal repository, or I won't pay a dime for some papers. I'll get them a different way. And there's no money. There's just gear. That's what has value. Let's see. I don't want to have to fight for them, which I would suspect what would happen. Well, maybe not. What are the other skills? Survival, negotiate, aid, or tech. Well, maybe you can negotiate, and instead of paying for them, something else will happen. For negotiate, I would roll 2 white dice. I don't know. Let's just go to the eternal repository and find out. So C36. 36. You're told to go to a huge, colorful tent full of shelves heavy with all kinds of paper, from scraps of pages torn out from notebooks to sets of fat tomes. You're greeted by the Grand Archivist, a white-haired aborigine wearing a flowing robe and a strange black top hat with a bullet hole. So, you're the one sent from Gangrayan. It's a lot of paper. We'll see if you can afford it, says the man before you can even open your mouth. Test negotiate 4. Ew. So I have to roll my negotiate, and I need 4 successes. You may discard any number of gear cards and or resources to obtain a number of additional successes equal to their value. Ooh. Yeah, I only get to roll 2 whites, so there's only a 1 in 36 chance of getting 4 successes, and I need 4 to pass. Well, it says up here, which I'm not looking at it, I'm just pointing at it. It says up there what happens if you pass and what happens if you fail. Not supposed to read that beforehand, so I'm not going to look at it. If there were multiple players, then somebody else would be reading this, so they can't be influenced at all in what to choose because they don't get to see. But playing by yourself, you just have to be very careful. All right, so I only have a 1 in 36 chance. But if I discard this, its value is 2. So I would only need 2 successes, which I still expect fewer than 2. So I still don't have a great chance at success at that point. But I could discard other stuff too. I mean, I could discard both vests, and then it's an automatic success. Whoops, this one's broken. Because they're both broken. They only block 1 damage now. I want to succeed. I'm going to discard both of these, but I'll still roll anyway to see if I needed to discard both. Oh. Nope, I just needed to discard 1. I got a lucky roll. But nope, I discarded both of these. So, let's see. This one was starting gear, so that can just go over here. And then this, well, this could only come about again if I go through the entire gear deck. I really don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, we'll have a separate discard pile for that. Okay, so success. I passed, so you make a deal with the man, and a few minutes later he brings a box full of file holders and blueprints. Gain 1 experience, so I have 1. Note in the Outback Chronicles that you have the full documentation about Comb Mine ZX. Move the dominance marker 1 space up the track. Then if you fail, something else happens, but I don't want to read that. Alright, so I have to note in the Outback Chronicles, I'm just going to write it down somewhere else till I print out some extra copies of the Outback Chronicle sheets. I have the full documentation about Comb Mine ZX. Alright, hang on, I don't have my notebook handy. Just a second. Where are all my pens? Ah. Okay. Alright, just a second. Alright. Alright, Outback Chronicles. What it says, I have all the documentation on Combine ZX. Combine ZX. Have all info on Combine ZX. So noted. Alright, that was all said, I believe. What was that? 36. Pass. You make a deal with the man, and a few minutes later, he brings you a box full of file holders and blueprints. I got my experience. I have the full documentation, or not full information, documentation, whatever, about Comb Mine ZX. Move the dominance marker one space up the track. That was it. So, yep, okay, all done. Okay. Now, I don't have any armor. That's not good. But I have extra turns now, so I probably want to explore and try to find some armor. But that was both my actions for this round. So I'm gonna go down. So now the next round, this timer goes down. Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 turns to get there because I need some gear. I'm currently in the mountains. I can explore there. Well, you can only do the exploration action once, so I think maybe I should explore and move up here and then explore and do the plot one. Or I don't know, something like that. Depends on if I can find anything. But I definitely want to explore before I move. I could also camp and heal myself, but I have nothing to repair right now because I got rid of both broken vests. Alright, well yeah, so let's explore. So this time, because I'm in the mountains. Nope, that's the wasteland card. What am I talking about? Exploration card. So draw this, and in the mountains it says 2 ammo. Okay. Ooh. If I were on a highway, it would have been 1 med, 1 ammo, but 1 vehicle damage. And in the bushes, it would have been 1 fuel, 1 ammo, but 1 radiation. Ugh. In the desert, it would have been 1 med and place a threat marker on your space. 2 ammo. Well, that's only good. It's nothing bad. Yeah, I guess I'll take that. I could draw 1 more time and then just be stuck with whatever I get. Oh, what was I on the first time? The desert? I would have had So if I hadn't taken the 1 gear card and 1 damage, I would have been stuck with 1 med kit. If once I drew again. Alright, whatever. Okay. So that was the first action of... So what do I do with these? I don't know. So that was the first action of the turn. Now I get to do one more action. And, well, the only options really are camp or move. So let's go ahead and do the movement. So it's, I can get there in just 4. I also have the 3 fuel. I'll take contamination if I go this way, but it'll only cost 1, 2, 3, 4. Or it'll cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to avoid this and use 1 fuel. That's probably better. I don't want contamination. Right? That counts as 1 health damage, but you have to repair it twice to get rid of it. I don't want that. So, yeah, if I spend 1 fuel, I'll still have to draw a wasteland card, but if I spend 1 fuel, it'll take 5 to get here, and no threat tokens, no contamination, no radiation. I think that's good. And then I'm in the mountains, so the wasteland card I have to draw will be this one. And wait, do you... It's only when you move you get a wasteland card, right? Make sure I have that right. Blah, 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 blah. When an active knight ends their movement, yeah, you draw a wasteland card. Yeah, it's only when you move. You get to a new place, you're doing something. You don't do that for anything else. All right. Good. That would be something I'd be... If that were the case, that would be horribly wrong on most of the actions I do. All right, so wasteland card we get this time. Okay, not an enemy. Rough Ride. So this is an event. Test Tech 2. Tech, I get a white and a green. If I'm on a mountain space, discard 1 chosen gear card. Well, that stinks. Because I have a hole in the trunk. Test Tech 2. So I roll these. I roll my Tech dice, and I need 2 successes. I think this counts as a success if I'm not in combat? Or does it count as a blank? Dice. Well, let's just roll first. Ugh, 1. Well, I failed. But just for later, just to make sure with the dice. Yeah, blank when testing, or a potential special effect. All right, there we go. Botch. All right. Great, I rolled 1. Ugh. Failure. Your vehicle suffers 1 damage for each missing success. Well, I was missing 1 success, so my vehicle takes 1 damage, and then I would have gained 2 chosen resources if I had passed. That would be nice. I already have 4 ammo, maybe some meds, but that doesn't matter. I failed. Hole in the trunk. If you are on a mountainous space, discard 1 chosen gear card. All right. Well, I have 4 ammo for the pistol. I'll probably get some more weapons at some point. Pistol's better than knife, so let's discard the knife. Although, wait, hang on. Hole in the trunk. This is equipped. It's not in the vehicle, so I think I'm not losing it. I mean, that would make the most sense here. It says hole in the trunk. You're storing stuff in the vehicle. Sure, something falls out because you have a hole. But this is stuff you're currently wearing. The knife's on my belt. The pistol's in a holster. So I don't think I actually lose anything. And I mean, it says in the rules, if you're not sure about something, do what makes sense. And that what makes sense here is it's not gear stored. So no discard. I don't have anything to discard. All right, so basically, well, I took 1 vehicle damage. Okay, because of a failed roll. What's on a green? 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, expected value is 1.5 successes, so I guess I did expect to fail. All right, do some more Wasteland cards. Yeah, this is a 45-minute mission if you already know what you're doing, because you've played this a few times. So that was action 2, right? Yeah, I explored and then I moved. Okay, so that was it for this turn. So now I'm down to 1. I could explore some more. I have to do the plot action as one of my 2 actions, and then I could also explore or I could move. So to get to here, I'm going to have to go through a lot of crap, or spend some fuel, or go there and take 2 turns to get there. To get from here to Queens Valley, the quickest is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no. Queens Valley. Mountains. It'll take 7 to get there. It'll take 2 turns to get here unless I pick up more fuel. So, yeah, I need to go as quickly as possible. At least from here to here, that's just 1 turn. From here to here, that's going to be 2, 3, 4. Oh no, you can't go through that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's going to take 2 turns to get to there and 2 turns to get to there. Well, with 3 fuel, one of those can be done in 1 turn. So, yep, I need to move every turn, I think. Well, let's do the plot action first. So this is, first action I'm doing is plot action. So this is going to go on here. And then guidebook. All right, this moves up. And plot token 2, C23. Okay, back to the Book of Tales. 23. The road up the ridge of the crater, where the abandoned relay station is located, is hard, but finally you reach the building you've been looking for. Underneath your feet lies a basin full of dank seawater and rusted antenna dishes. But they're of no interest to you. Inside the building, you use signs for the long-dead personnel to find the proper room. After some time, you reach the control center, in which you're supposed to find a communicator necessary for the proper operation of the Comb Mine ZX. Unfortunately, you have to pry it out of a huge powered panel. Oh, I want to pry it out of some cold, dead hands. That'd be more fun. All right, choose. If I'm the Trailblazer, I could do something, but I'm not the Trailblazer. I'm the Avenger. Choose. I carefully remove the communicator, C47. That might require rolling tech, perhaps? I was wrong on the other one. I had to roll negotiate on the one I chose. I thought it was going to be the other one. Or you choose the brutal way and hit the panel with a crowbar, C83. Let's try to carefully remove it. I bet I get to do a tech check. Let's try to carefully remove the communicator. C47. Okay, 47. Yep, test tech, and I need 2 successes. Okay, I get a white and a green. I still only expect 1.5 successes, and I don't get to discard anything this time, so. All right, there we go. I got 2. Okay, success. Success. The communicator is yours. It will take the coal cutter. It will make the coal cutter work more effectively and limit the number of necessary operators. The problem is the device seems to be losing power when disconnected from the panel. Skip the fail part and see below. Well, yes. Skip the failure part. No matter the test result, move the dominance marker 2 spaces up the track. Well, that's going to put it on 8, so we're going to have to do the dominating the north thing. Move the dominance marker 2 spaces up the track. Take the card number 5 from the special deck and place it face up next to your vehicle sheet. This is the communicator. It is not treated as a gear card. You cannot lose, break, barter, or exchange it in any way, but it does take up 1 supply. The gears supply, whatever. Takes up 1 space in the sand buggy. Ignore the effects from this card and immediately place 3 general tokens on it. What, these things? No, these are general tokens. They represent the battery status of the device. Discard 1 token from the communicator at the end of each round. Okay. All right, so special card 5. All right, bookmark. I probably need to look at that again. So they're the special cards. They're all numbered, and most of them don't have anything on the back. Some of them do, so you try to avoid looking at any of those. We get number 5. And resolve this. So communicator, place a general token on the leftmost empty space of the track below whenever instructed by the game. All right, so we'll be able to charge it. So it starts with 3 general tokens. I think those are general tokens. Let me make sure. Yes. So it starts with 3 general tokens, and it's taking up 1 slot in the sand buggy. But it can't be lost, it can't be bartered, it can't be destroyed. Yeah, discard 1 token each round. All right, so not reading the failure. Okay. All right. Now that was the first action. Yes. Now if I move, I can get here in 1 turn. I mean, every time I do one of these, it takes 2, I add on 2 turns. So I do have a little room for error, because what's going to happen is to get there in 1 turn, well, if I didn't spend any fuel, right, it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and all these are 0. But I'll get a threat token, 2 contamination, and a radiation. Gross. I can't avoid these 2. So no matter what, I mean, unless I went all the way around like this, can't avoid this one, and yeah, that one can't avoid no matter what. So I'm gonna get a radiation, gonna get that. These 2, to avoid both of those, would cost 2, 4, 6, 7. Well, I only have 2 fuel. So it would take 2 turns of moving, but that means also drawing 2 wasteland cards. Although maybe I can get some experience and get something that isn't that hard to kill, although I have no armor anymore. Although, using my pistol, if I'm up against some melee enemies, I might be able to kill them without them retaliating. So probably best to do the whole movement in one turn, and I would need one more fuel to get there in one turn to avoid these, or I'll already be at 7 damage on my health if I go straight there without any fuel. Let's see, if I just tried to skip that one, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would take 1 fuel to skip this, 3 fuel to skip both of these. Yeah, I'm probably going to spend the 1 fuel. Now, do I want to explore first? Because if I get up to 8th health damage, it takes 1 action just to regain consciousness. So, if moving was the start of the turn, then I'd have to, then regain consciousness, and that would be my whole turn. I'd have to wait a whole turn in order to do the plot one. I would really like to have some armor, though. I don't know how likely that is if I find some gear. I do have at least 1 turn to spare. All right. Let's explore. So that's my other action this turn, is to explore. Oops, this was on 8. All right, so I'm in the mountains. If I don't like this, I can draw 1 more. Ooh, mountains. Ooh, oh. 1 ammo, 1 fuel, 1 med, and 1 gear card, but I have to attach 1 malfunction to the vehicle. So I can take that, or I can draw 1 more, but I'll be stuck with the other one unless I spend some fuel. Two more damage to the sand buggy, and I'll get another malfunction, and it's already set. If I get 2 malfunctions or 2 injuries, I have to do whatever happens on 159. Oh, right, and I can't get rid of any injuries or malfunctions in this city. So that might be bad. I don't know. I'm going to avoid it. All right, I'll draw 1 more exploration card. I get 1 ammo. All right. Well, I have lots of shots with the pistol. I could ditch the knife if I have to. Because, lots of ammo. Okay. I don't think that was worth a whole action just to get 1 ammo. Oh well. Alright, so that's it for the round. So this is going to move down 1, but it also says, or maybe that's at the start of the next turn, I don't remember. When the conditions described below occur for the first time, resolve the matching entry. So, C59. It says, if it ever goes down to 3 or up to 8, and it starts at 5. So it would only have to go down 2 or up 3. And that one said whether you succeed or fail, it was going to go up 2. So it's probably harder to get it to 3. 8. C59. Okay. All right, Road to Ruin, 59. Perform 1 free regain consciousness action. Oh, okay, I guess if I had gotten knocked out at the end of the round, oh man, then you'd get to regain consciousness. It wouldn't cost an action. You'd do that free. You'd still get an injury. But yeah, if I had chosen to move right now and I did get knocked out, I wouldn't lose any actions next turn. Oh well. You encounter a group of suspicious strangers who, for no apparent reason, piled old tires in the middle of the road and lit them up. So it smells nasty. You're regaining consciousness from the awful smell. At the very last moment, you press the brake and stop no more than a meter from a tough-looking man. You were driving while you regained consciousness? Tough-looking man, probably their leader. His face is smeared with some blackish grease, and only his white eyes remind you that you're dealing with a living person and not some charred corpse. You recognize this crew now. This is a band of the meanest bastards, raised and born in Gangraean mines, who must have decided to practice the most effective methods of fighting for their employee rights. Take the card number 10 from the special deck and place it face up next to the plot sheet. All right, well, that's in the guidebook. These are the GMU negotiators, the enforcers of the miners fighting for influence with the Western Company. All right, resolve. Ooh, I'm helping out the corporation, so this is probably not good. Resolve the proper entry depending on the position of the dominance marker on the track. Space 1 through 3, C114. Space 8 through 10, C145. So I have to go to 145, but before I read that. Card 10. GMU negotiators. Oh, so I have to fight them? Well, it says draw it and place it face up by the plot thing. But I do have to fight them because I'm working for whatever corporation. I don't know. We'll see. Or does it say resolve it? Wait, go back to there. What was it? 59. No, it says resolve one of these entries. So it doesn't say I have to resolve that. Okay. So I may have to fight them. My guess is I have to fight them. I don't know. We'll see. 145, they say, "Get out of here, you dickhead," shouts the man, his fist raised high. Now you know that these are the representatives of the union members from Gangraean, but there's no time to fiddle around. You'll be lynched in a moment. You push the pedal to the metal, and the miner's boss jumps out of the way at the very last moment. As you pass the dirty faces of the negotiators, they start to whistle. It's just the background noise. You still need to find your way among burning tires. Roll 2 white dice. Your vehicle suffers a number of vehicle damage equal to the number of obtained successes. Okay, so I don't want successes here. If I take 2 damage, I'm going to get a malfunction. 2. Oops. 2. That's a malfunction. But that's it. Alright, so they just ran me off. So maybe nothing would have happened if it were on the lower end. Or nothing bad could have happened. Alright. Sure, the one time I get a fairly decent roll, it's when I don't want a decent roll. Okay. We'll just put them up here. Supposed to be next to this, but alright. Alright, just make sure to say on here what's due in this case. No. So I believe what happens is vehicles. Where's vehicles? Attaching injuries and malfunctions. Damage. Okay, so currently it's wrecked. That's right, you just draw this when you take 4. So currently the vehicle is wrecked. I can't move anywhere. It says draw this card and place it next to your vehicle sheet when the number of your vehicle's damage is equal to its chassis, which yes is 4. You cannot perform the move action, spend fuel to gain exploration, or use any vehicle-based special effects until you perform the following action. So you can still camp. You can still explore, you just can't do any extra exploring. But you have to do a special action, so that'll take an action. Repair 3 damage to the car, then flip this over, and I'll have a malfunction. Alright, that was the first action of the turn. No. That was the end of the turn. That's right, that was because of this. I haven't done any actions yet. We're on a new turn. This already got moved down. That was resolving this. Okay. So, one action is going to be to do this, and then I do need to move. And I said if I spend 1 fuel, I get to avoid that, but I will get a threat, a contamination, and a radiation. First radiation doesn't do anything to you. I could get it here. No. So I'm going to have to fix the vehicle. Well, we'll do that. So to start the next turn, I'm going to have to fix the vehicle. So special action, long fix, repair 3 damage. And then flip this over. So my malfunction is stiff suspension. After you resolve your move action, the vehicle suffers 1 damage. Oh, come on. Every time I move, I'm going to take 1 damage to the vehicle. And I can't ever get rid of this in a city. And if I get another malfunction, something can happen. Alright, so I need to try to move as few times as possible. But yeah, here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, it's less if I go through the threat token. But I get threat and contamination. Then it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh. The only way to get from there to there in 1 turn is if I have 3 fuel. Well, that stunk. Alright. So I still have 1 more action. Great. I mean, it's 1 fuel to get to here if I want to avoid contamination. It's 0 fuel to get to here if I don't worry about the contamination. I'm gonna get injured at some point. Because I'll already be up to 7 damage. I kind of want to repair, but I get 2 repair, and I'd rather wait until I've moved once and then have 2 damage on this, and then I can repair them both, so it's not a waste. But when I'm repairing, I can also heal, and I'm probably going to get injured. Oh, alright. I'm going to move down to here, spending 1 fuel, so that I can avoid this. I can go 2, 4, 0, 0, 0, 5, 0, 0. Yeah, take 5 to get to there, and I go through an alert, and a contamination, and a radiation. So, that's the second action of my turn. Oh, wait a minute. What was it? There was something about challenge tokens. Shoot, where did it say something about challenge tokens? Have I been forgetting to do something? What was that in? Is that in here? Collect as many challenge tokens as possible. I'm collecting plot tokens before the conflict escalates. Come on. Maybe this means plot tokens. All right. gonna go through what I read on here. I read 1. Set aside the plot tokens numbered 1 through 6. And then I read 100. Plot tokens. Okay, I think that's just a misprint on here. It says challenge tokens. I think they mean plot tokens. Because nothing has said anything about a challenge token. Alright. So where was I? That was 2 actions to get to here. Alright, so I draw. Get out of the way. Alright, so I need a threat token. And then 1 contamination, 1 radiation. So radiation, and then contamination, so that costs 2 to heal. You heal once, you flip it over, and then you heal again, you take it off. But now I only have 1 fuel, so unless something happens where I gain 2 fuel, I can't get here in 1 turn. But if I move there in 2 turns, I do get to skip this stuff. So that wouldn't be terrible. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to there, and then 2, 4 to get to there. Alright, threat token. Let's see. What do we get? Contamination or enemy has 1 extra health. Alright. Now I draw a wasteland card. I'm on highway. Yeah, I mean there is a little bit of road there, so I guess it's highway. Highway. Wasteland card. Superhumans, that doesn't sound good. So they have 5 health. Threat, 1, relentless. Relentless means, well, they do a melee attack, but since they're relentless, even if I shoot them with a pistol and am able to kill them, they're still able to make it and do an attack. And on a fate, the enemy deals 1 damage and you suffer 1 contamination. Oh, they get a white, a green, and a blue. And I have no armor. Pretty good chance I'm getting knocked out. And can I even do 5 damage? I mean, if I use my pistol, I'll get 3 whites and a green. Well, I'll get 3 whites and a green either way. On the green, unless it's blank, I do damage. This will do 1. There's a slight chance of getting 2. And then there are these. I have to do 5 to kill them. But I have so much ammo, I may as well use the pistol. Plus, I'll get a gear and 2 experience if I am able to kill them. It would have been really nice to kill that very first one where I got would have had 2 experience, because then I would have gotten the upgrade card when I was up there. Well, yeah, I mean, there's really, may as well use a pistol. I have all that ammo. But I don't get to block anything. So, they'll probably knock me out. However, I do get to go first. Well, and even if they had as long as they didn't have ambush, I'd be alright. That +1 health kind of stinks. I think I'd rather have them just rolling more dice because, I mean, if I take 2 damage, I get knocked unconscious, which this is going to deal damage unless it lands on there. This is going to deal damage unless it lands on there. And then, well, this has a 50-50 shot. But it's either one of the spades, either one of the fate rolls would be 2 damage on their own. So, yeah. I'd rather just they had extra dice. Oh well. Alright, so I get to go first. Oh, and I moved, so my sand buggy took damage. I could use the sand buggy to deal 1 damage. because on next turn I'm going to have to do the plot 1, and because it'll go down to 1, it'll move back up to 3. I'm going to have to do the plot 1, and I might need to repair, and it's going to take 2 turns to get to Queen's Valley, so if it goes up to 3, I have to move on both turns. Well, okay, I can move and repair, or I can camp and then move. I can camp and move, it'll go down to 2, and then the next turn I can move and do the plot. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I have that right? Where was it when I started playing around with that? Was it at 2? I did the plot action. That was the end of a turn. Yeah, I explored, then I moved down here. Yeah, it should be at 2. So I don't have as much room for error. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. I get to go first. Oh, wait, that's right. Do I want to use the sand buggy? If I use the sand buggy, I have to camp before I move. But next turn, I want to move every turn. Next turn, I have to do plot, and then I have 1 more action. So, no. I need to do that and move. Then I can camp. So, no, I can't do the sand buggy. Otherwise, I'm going to take another malfunction, and that's terrible. Nope, not using the sand buggy. You just have to get lucky and roll 5 successes. Well, or 4 successes and a fate. Alright, come on. Oh, and I'm using the pistol, so one of my ammo is getting used. 3. Oh, my combat rolls have been awful. Well, actually 3 was about what was expected from that, so, right, it was 3 and a 6th. Okay, so they're not knocked out. Even if I'd used the sand buggy, that wouldn't have killed the superhumans. Wait, looks like he's picking his nose. Alright, what are they doing? Oh, wow, I actually am not getting knocked unconscious. Botch, so that's nothing. If I rolled that, my weapon would break. So botch, nothing. Blank, nothing. And oh, they also had threat 1. Oops, I'm supposed to draw 1 more threat token. So, alright, well so far it's 1 damage. That's not knocking me out. That's only 7. Ooh. Threat 1. They also got, let's see. Oh. They deal 1 extra damage. Oh man, just barely enough to knock me out. So that ended up being a complete waste of a bad roll, because you can't take more health damage than 8. Oh, 2 they did. I can't take more than 8, so I mean, even if this had been tons of successes, it still would have just been 2 damage. Ah well. I did not take out the superhumans. And right, even if I'd rolled 5, they had relentless, so they still would have attacked me. Alright, so this can go away. I don't get any rewards again. There. Threat tokens go back. And now, I am knocked unconscious. I have to do a special action, so that's going to take up one of my actions. So I'm not going to get to move next time, because I'm going to have to do special action and then plot action. So it's going to go down to 1, then it's going to go up to 3, and I'll get there in 2 turns, and it'll be at 1 when I do plot action to move it back up again. Yeah. All right. Yeah, your turn ends immediately. Okay, so even if it were your first action, your turn would still end. Okay, that's important. Special action, regain consciousness, heal. Ooh, you get to heal 1 radiation and 4 health. Well, at least my radiation gets to go away, but I'm going to have an injury, and that's going to do something bad, like the stiff suspension is doing over there. Where is... I'm missing something. Oh, there it is. Come on. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, so the round ended. So now this goes down to 1. And next round, my first action has to be regain consciousness. All right, so the radiation goes away, and 4 health. Now the contamination would take 2, so I can choose to take this one off. I think I'll just leave it. Excuse me, and take off these 4. I could really use some more armor. What's my injury? Dislocated shoulder. You deal one less damage when using weapons or making barehanded attacks. Great. That's going to be helpful. Okay. So every time I move, my vehicle takes damage. Every time I attack, I deal 1 less damage. Oh, yeah. Alright, that's not good. Alright, so that was the first action of the turn. And now my second action is going to be, alright, do plot point 3. Guidebook. So guidebook says, plot token 3, C33. Okay. So 33 in Book of Tales, Road to Ruin. 33. You approach the first bridge, the only solid passage between the 2 halves of the continent. It turns out the way is shut. Oh, goody. The stronghold defending the passage in the town is heavily manned, and within an hour's walk from the bridge, hundreds of travelers are camping, hoping that the gates will open soon. You ask around. Oh, and this was supposed to go up 2 as soon as I start resolving a plot token. You ask around. It turns out the passage is under a quarantine. Supposedly, there's some horrible virus sweeping the Badlands, and the inhabitants of the first bridge don't want to risk catching it. So choose. Oh, I'm the Avenger. Do I have to do this one? Just make sure. See, these ones you can choose the check. Well, you have to have whatever. Well, let's see. The choices are, you see lots of desperate people around here, and the miners need every pair of hands. Time to persuade some survivors that Gangrene is a great place to live. C12. You instigate the people against the guardians of the passage, spreading false rumors about the virus. C62. Okay, or yeah, if you're the Avenger, you spotted a few judges among the guardians of the stronghold. Maybe your old contacts will help. So let me check real quick in the rule book. Do I have to do that option, or is that just an extra option I could take? Where does it say? It's not in combat. Rules, explore action, no. City action, no. shows it somewhere. Just looking for a little check mark icon somewhere. No, it's not in game setup, player setup. It's in there somewhere. Book of Tales. Dice, no. Resolving tests, no. Shoot. Oh, you know what? I think it says it right in the front of the Book of Tales. Maybe not. Here we go. Check mark. There we go. This icon can be found next to certain crucial information or marks special requirements the active knight must meet in order to have access to the given entry. If they do not, it should not be read to them. Oh, okay. So it's all right. So if I were playing with two players, then somebody else would be reading it, and they just wouldn't read that one to me if I didn't meet the Avenger one. So that's just another one of my choices that only exists if I'm the Avenger. Hey, Dice Chuck. I surely seem to love a game with some meat on the bones. Yeah. I mean, some simple games are good too. I have streamed Back to the Future, although that's play it once. It doesn't change a whole lot when you play it again. What else did I stream? Oh, and I streamed After the Virus. I like that game. It's fairly simple. But yes, this one has a lot. The Book of Tales here, 250 pages of choose your own adventure type stuff. All right, so one of my other options, since I'm the Avenger, I can try to make use of my old contacts. Well, that's probably the best option. So it says C79. Just stop by to say hi. Ooh, hockey. Yeah, I'll be watching tomorrow because, well, I'll probably watch anything that's still on when I finish playing today. I'll turn on, but tomorrow the Kings are playing. That's my team, so I'll definitely be watching then. All right, what did it say? 79. You approach the closed gate and ask the guards to call one of the judges. In the past, you used to participate in their operations against biker gangs. It's Mustache George, a bald fellow who's the captain of one of the squads. CYOA type. Oh, choose your own adventure. All right, good to see you. You keep the dice rolling too. Enjoy the game. Logan? Why the hell are you loitering around the Badlands? Weren't you supposed to settle, you kangaroo fart? That's a good insult, kangaroo fart. He asks. His face changes when you tell him about the tragedy you experienced and ask him to let you through the barricade so that you can finish your job and focus on hunting down the culprits. In exchange, you get information that the crew you described crossed the first bridge not long before the quarantine. You'll probably find them in pumps, where they aim to barter their loot. Regarding the crossings, George tells you to come before dawn, when people camping around are asleep. Such a precedent could cause riots. Note in the Outback Chronicles that Logan is on the path of vengeance. You lose all remaining actions. That's fine, this was my second action. If you want to move east of space 0, yeah. Next round, you cannot move further than one space east of it. Oh, I don't want to move east, I want to move north. Well, I guess this is one space to the east of it, but I can't go all the way around this. Well, that's fine. I don't need to go that far anyway. Right. Okay, so note in the Outback Chronicles that Logan is on the path of vengeance. Okay, and that's it. All right, well, I don't have any more actions, so that's okay. That's going to end the round, but I have to note in the Outback Chronicle, that is, for now, my notepad, that Logan is on the path of vengeance. Okay. All right, so now the round ends. Yeah, I already did that. That's down to 2. I have 4 health, sand buggy. Okay, so I think it's going to be move and camp, or I should camp first, then move, and then next turn move to here and probably do the plot point. So if I just go straight there, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 to get to there. So if I'm going to take 2 turns to move, which I have to because otherwise, what was the shortest move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I need 3 fuel to get there in 1 turn. So I don't have 3 fuel. All right, so this round, my actions are first camping. So camping, I have 2 repair, and each damage to the sand buggy costs 1 repair to remove, and I don't have any broken gear, so yeah. All right, so these 2. And then I can use 1 med for 3 health. This would cost 2, 1 to flip over, 1 to remove. I could spend another med and get rid of this, but then I am wasting a little bit of it. I'm just going to leave the contamination. I'll just spend 1 med. Still don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with these. Or if I am supposed to be doing anything with those. These are just... what are those called? Rulebook. They're called night tokens. I don't know. I guess at the very least, if they have no other use. Yeah. Just keep 2 of them over here when we take an action, move 1, so I can not forget whether I've taken 2 actions yet or not. I'm just going to do that for now with those. Okay, so that was 1 action, was camping. So that's good. Sand buggy's repaired. I only have 1 damage now to my health, and then the other action is move, and I'm just going to do a regular move, so 4. No danger along the way, that's good. Now I just have to draw a wasteland card for the mountains. Infector. That sounds good. This enemy gains X additional white dice. X is the number of damage you have. Max 3. Okay, well that was a good time to face this. I only have 1 damage. Oh, you know what? I think it's saying a white, a green, and another white. The X was for, I don't know. So maybe that one I did right at the start should have had 1 more white die. Oh well. So I may have done that slightly wrong. So I think it's, yeah, X plus a white plus a green. Yeah. No traits. Let's see if he rolls a fate, he deals 1 damage. Okay. No traits though. He doesn't have ambush or relentless, and he's a melee attack. He has 4 health. If I can deal 4 health to him, 4 damage to him with my pistol, he will not attack me. What's the reward? One gear. No experience again. But 4, what do I expect to get with this? 3 and a 6th. Oh, and I moved, so Sand Buggy is now. Takes a damage because of the stiff suspension. I could use the Sand Buggy. Is it worth it? I could use the Sand Buggy to deal 1 damage to him. And then if I roll 3 successes, well, I'll get a gear card. But that's the only thing. If I were getting some, well, it'll also prevent him from attacking me, which that part could be good. He won't attack me, and well, I'm definitely using the pistol, so we'll just put the ammo over there. I'll get a gear card, and he won't attack me. Is that worth taking the damage of the Sand Buggy? I mean, that's not a lot, except since I'm taking damage every time I move. Oh, and this is my second action. Was moving. Because it'll take another move to get here, and then I'll immediately probably need to camp again, or risk going up to 3 damage on there, or risk moving and going to 3 and maybe something else happens to damage the buggy. So is it worth it for a gear card and he doesn't get to attack? I'm thinking no, not worth it. Alright, so I am not going to use the Sand Buggy. Oh, that's right, I forgot about this. I have a dislocated shoulder, so I deal 1 less damage when using weapons. Great. So I need 5 successes. Or 4 if I use the Sand Buggy. With a pistol, alright, so this is 1 damage. Chances are really not that good for me to get 5 successes. I'm gonna use the Sand Buggy. Alright, so he already has to hit 1 damage before I roll. And I need 4 successes because of my dislocated shoulder. I got 4, because that, with the pistol, this counts as a damage, so I just got it. So 4 minus 1 is 3, plus the 1 I did with the Sand Buggy, just enough. Okay, alright, so he's dead. From the ranged attack, he does not get to fight back. Was it worth it? I guess so. So I get a gear. Give me some armor. Or fire axe. Ooh, it rolls 2 red dice. And you deal 1 damage if you roll a spade or a fate. Resolution if you obtained any, but if you get any botches. So red dice. If you get any botches, suffer 1 damage. And I think, and it breaks, I believe, and once it's broken, then you get a red and a white. And a spade doesn't deal any damage anymore. Alright, but the red ones, let's see, you have 2 1s, a 2, a 3, a spade, and a botch. Ooh, so fire axe, that's... Alright. Yeah, I'll equip it right away. It can take the place of the knife. So the knife is currently in the Sand Buggy. That's 2 gear taken up out of the 4. Alright, so that's the gear I get. That's it. Okay, Infector's gone. Alright, that was the second turn of the round, so that's it for my turn. So now I'm down to 1 on the timer. So I need to do that other plot point this turn, otherwise that's going to move off the board and then something happens, I don't know what. Alright, so let's see, I have 2 actions. Well, move. So it'll cost 4 to get to there. Well, that's fine. That's what the Sand Buggy has. And Sand Buggy takes damage because of the stiff suspension. Oh, that's 3 damage. I really need to repair that next turn. And then I draw a Wasteland card. Queen's Valley's in the mountains. So yes, one of these. So what am I up against this time? Dreamers. So it's time for another fight. A white, a blue, and a green is what they roll. And threat 1, so I have to draw a threat token. That's the yellow side. I would lose resources. Oh, it's -1. I think that's a resource of my choice. Okay, well that's not horrible. I have lots of ammo. Let me make sure. Yeah, you immediately discard 1 chosen resource. Okay, so I only have 1 med, only have 1 fuel. Yeah, I'll discard 1 ammo. Alright, they have 4 health. So this can go away. You cannot re-roll any dice in this combat. Well, I don't have anything that lets me re-roll. For each spade you obtain, suffer 1 damage. For each one I obtain, suffer 1 damage. If they roll 1, they deal 1 damage. Alright. And if I'm successful, I get a gear card and a med. And they do a melee attack, so if I try with a pistol, I can kill them and they won't retaliate, but I'm losing 1 damage because of the dislocated shoulder, so that's not good. I think I'm using the fire axe. So I get my 1 white and 1 green die, and then 2 red dice. And what does it say? Yeah, spade, I deal damage. But if I get a botch, I'll break this and I'll take damage. Not good. Okay, so they're both melee attacks, so they happen at the same time. So here's their roll. 2, that's not horrible. My roll, I only got 4, but because of the dislocated shoulder, I'm only dealing 3. That stinks. So I didn't do enough to kill them. Alright, they're doing 2 damage to me. I don't have any armor, so I'm just taking 2 health damage. And I didn't kill them, so I don't get any reward, and then we part ways. So I don't get a med kit and a gear. That's too bad. Alright, and I lost an ammo because of the threat card. Okay, so that was the first action. Well, now I have to do the other next plot point. That's my other action. Or you know what? I'll use my coins that have nothing to do with any game for my action tokens. There, those are my actions. Little skull on there, that's kind of fitting for this game anyway. Guidebook. Guidebook says plot token 4, C43. Oh, 13, 23, 33, 43, 56, 363. I guess I didn't notice that. There, that's better. All right, so Book of Tales. All right, Road to Ruin 43. Oh, this is a long one. You reach Queen's Valley. And I'm in the city. I could do a city action next turn. Oh, that's true. So instead of camping, I can do a city action and do some healing and some repairing. But I can't remove malfunction or injury in this adventure. So, okay. Where are we? 43. You reach Queen's Valley, a mysterious city in the mountains, a mecca of engineers and scientists, protected by a fleet of flying vessels. Ooh. The board of the Western Company negotiated with the Queen's representatives that they could use local workshops and specialists. In other words, a steady supply of coal and ore from Gangrene Oh, for the help in rebuilding Coal Mine ZX. Well, that's true. The whatever, the GMU negotiators. This one side was right. One side was the Western, whatever. The other, I don't know. I can't remember who the two factions were. The Western Company and then somebody else. Anyway, you take all the items you found from your ride and follow the security guards to a special elevator that takes you to the lab level in the bowels of the city. You hand everything to the right people and sit in a waiting room for the outsiders. An hour later, the chief mechanic appears. He says that the stuff you brought has been checked. Resolve the proper entry depending on the game elements you have and the notes in the Outback Chronicles. Okay. First, if you noted the Outback Chronicles that you have the full documentation about Combine ZX, and you have the special card number 5 with oh shoot, I forgot to take stuff off of there. How many rounds have I done? Completely forgot. At the end of each round, I was supposed to take 1 token off of there. I got that here. Yeah, I got the communicator here. And it was 1 round to here, 2 rounds to there, but I lost. Didn't I have 1 round I didn't move? Yeah, I had 1 round where I didn't move. Didn't I wake up and do plot point there? It's out of tokens at this point. Battery's dead on the communicator. So, if you have the full documentation about Coal Mine ZX and you have the special card number 5 with at least 1 general token, I do not. Gain 2 experience. That's too bad. Move the dominance marker 2 spaces up the track so it would go all the way to 10, but no, this is not true. Cross out the note from the Outback Chronicles and remove the special card number 5 from the game. Well, that wasn't true. If you noted in the Outback Chronicles that you have little data, no. And you have the special card number 5 with at least 1 general token, no. I would get 1 experience. If you noted in the Outback Chronicles that you have little data and you have the special card without any general tokens, no. Or you have full documentation. All right, so if you got little data and you have the communicator but no general tokens, all right. Or you have the full documentation and the communicator doesn't matter. All right, there we go. Move the dominance marker up 1 space. So now it's up to 9. Cross out the note and remove special card number 5. Okay, so this is gone. Discard it over there. And the full documentation note, that can be crossed out. And that's it. If you noted in the Outback Chronicles that you have little data and you don't have the communicator with at least 1 general token, or you don't even have the communicator, ooh, you would move it 2 spaces down the track. Interesting. Okay, so that was it. Alright, cross out the note about my information because I just gave it to them. But I am on the path of vengeance. Okay. Alright, so that was both my actions. Oh, this was supposed to go up 2 when I started resolving the plot token. So now, end of the round, so now this goes down 1. And now I have 2 actions again for the next round. Okay. So now I need to get 5 in no more than 2 turns. And it only takes 1 turn to get to the pumps, so that part's not too bad. And yes, I need to do a city action or camp right at the start, because I'll take another, otherwise I'll take another, my car will be wrecked again, I'll get another malfunction. What are the different city actions? I can visit the quack, you can heal 1D and 4A. What? Or discard one injury card. That's 1 radiation and 4 health. 1D and 4A. Garage, you can repair 3L. 3 damage to the car. Or discard 1 malfunction card, but I can't. Discard malfunction card or injury card. Workshop, flip 1 broken gear card to its working side, regardless of the repair cost, but I don't have any broken gear. And then there are the stalls where you can barter. You, whoops, why is there a gear card sticking up out of there? You can draw 3, you draw 3 cards from the bottom of this, and you can trade in stuff you have for the gear that shows up. You can also trade in your resources. No, I don't have enough stuff to barter with. I mean, the fire axe is worth 3. I mean, maybe I could get something good for that, but with my dislocated shoulder, the fire axe is about the only chance I have for actually killing any enemies. So, no, I don't want to do that. I want to heal and repair. So, yeah, one action is going to be to take the city action, and I go to 2 shops. I'm going to the Quack and the workshop. No, the Quack and the garage. So just to make sure that's right when it says repair, heal 1D and 4A. City action, Quack. The knight heals 1 radiation and up to 4 health, according to normal healing rules. Yes. Garage. 3 vehicle damage. Whatever L is supposed to mean. Alright, so when I go to the Quack, I can deal repair, or I can heal 1, 2, and then 3 to flip that over, 4 to get rid of it. Okay, so I'm fully healed, and I can do 4. Excuse me, I can do 3 when I visit the whatever garage. So there. Oh, and how much movement is it going to take to get to here? So the quickest route is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only have 1 fuel. I mean, I could trade in some resources, except if I hadn't done one of those, I could go to the stalls and get more fuel by trading some stuff in. No. I mean, like, I could trade in the knife to get 1. I could exchange ammo for fuel, and then knife is worth 1. I could get 1 fuel for that. And then I can get there in 1 turn by going through contamination and threat. Or I could do it in 2 turns and say go to here and then 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it'll only take, if I move here in 1 turn, then here the next turn. But that will mean 2 damage to the sand buggy. But then I can get here in just 1 turn, so that'll be 3 damage to get to there, unless something else damages the sand buggy. And it means I have to draw 2 wasteland cards, but it also means I don't get any contamination, although I'm full health, so 1 contamination wouldn't be terrible. But I don't have the resources, so I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. It's moot. Alright, so the other action is going to be to move. 2, 4. There we go. Take 1 damage to the sand buggy. And I'm on mountains, so I have to draw 1 of these and resolve it. Okay, let's see. Cave Mandibler. Fun. Melee attack. Only 3 health, but I do have my dislocated shoulder. No traits. This enemy ignores attacks made with 2-handed weapons. Oh, shoot. That's right, this is a 2-handed weapon, so I couldn't have had both of these equipped. So, well, like before, I wasn't paying attention to that. while I had the fire axe, I couldn't have that. Which means I would have had to have chosen before moving what I wanted to have equipped, and I would have gone with the fire axe because it's my only chance of actually killing stuff. But this enemy ignores attacks made with two-handed weapons, so I can't attack it. I'm only missing out on a gear card, so well, all that's going to happen is it will roll. Huh. Wasn't expecting that to happen. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when I equipped this. Yeah, but that's a two-handed weapon. So I couldn't have also had the pistol equipped. And I did use this in the last attack, and I know I would have chosen to keep having this equipped, because I didn't know something like that would come up. Alright, well, we'll see. He'll deal a damage if he gets a fate. Ooh, nice. 1. Botch, blank, 1. Okay. I'll take that, so I don't get to attack him, and yeah, it's just a gear card, and I take 1 damage. Alright, that's not terrible. So I should be able to move here and do the plot one next time, because I only have 1 damage to health, so I don't think I'm going to need to worry about not going to need to worry about healing. Okay, let's see, so that was both actions, so now next turn, so now we're down to 1 again. First action is going to be move. So yes, it's 0, 1, 2, and 1, so it's 4 to move to here, but I do get a threat token. Ooh, if it's not an enemy, oh, had I moved, I will be taking damage to the sand buggy. If it is not an enemy, if the wasteland card is not an enemy, I will take vehicle damage. If it is an enemy, they get a blue die. Yeah. Alright, so desert this time, so this time it's one of these wasteland cards. Yes, I'm in the desert. It is an enemy, so he gets a blue die. And yeah, I still had the fire axe. I wasn't going to change that. Mimic has 4 health. Threat 1, I have to draw another threat token. Great. Mimic. Dice, it shows question marks. Does that mean he's going to roll whatever I roll? That doesn't sound good, but 3 experience if I can kill him. Oh, he's going to deal 2 extra damage to me. Great. This enemy attacks in the same combat step as you. It copies your skill and weapon dice roll for the attack, adding bonuses from threat tokens. Ugh. So if I use the fire axe, I will roll that. He will roll. Copies your skill and weapon dice. Alright, so he will roll all that. If he rolls a spade, he deals 2 damage. And if he rolls a botch, he deals 1 damage. Ugh. So these are guaranteed damage. So is the blue. No, I'm not going to use the fire axe. I'm just going to fight him barehanded, so that all I'll be rolling is these, and all he'll be rolling is those. Not worth it. Okay, so we're both doing melee attacks. We roll at the same time. Two, 3, 4, 5 damage he's going to deal. And I deal 2, just for curiosity's sake. Ooh, if I had used the fire axe, I would have dealt 3 damage. I still wouldn't have killed him, and I would have broken my axe. And he would have done a total of 7 damage to me and knocked me unconscious. Yeah, glad I didn't use the fire axe. Alright, so he did that 2 on there kind of stunk. So he did 3, 4, 5. And I still don't have any armor, so yep, I just have to take 6 damage there. Well, I do have some med still, so I could repair. Yeah, and I'm going to do the plot point now, so I will have 2 turns to get here. I could camp and then move, and then on the following turn, do this. Okay, so that'll be okay. But I actually also have an extra set of dice so that I have, well, for example, 4 reds. I can't remember if I paid extra for that or if that was part of the pledge level. Just some extra dice. I don't know. Without the extra set, there are 4 whites, 4 greens, 2 blues, 2 reds. Okay, so I don't get the reward of experience. This whole adventure, I have earned 1 experience point. Okay. Now I have 1 more. I'm going to do plot token 5. So that means Book of Tales, we read 53. And this goes up to Book of Tales 53 in Road to Ruin. The second to last stop on the Road to Ruin is the Canopy Ranch. It's said that before the Scourge, they raised thousands of cows here, and even today you might find some, though for unknown reasons, such herds are often protected by Cerbero constructs. Not so long ago, a certain guy called Butcher Bob started a business on the outskirts of Canopy. He considers himself a big rancher, but he and his cowboys usually steal cows from robots and sell them to survivors. He's the one who provides the best meat to the Union's canteens. You find Bob there, a well-preserved 50-year-old guy, working his cattle hand in hand with his men. You introduce yourself as the agent of the company. The rancher takes you to his small office where you sit closely watched by 2 biggest cowboys you've ever seen. About the 2 biggest cowboys you've ever seen, or 2 of the biggest, something like that. Misprints. After a short conversation, you learn that some of his cows contracted some mysterious disease. Actually, this could be the source of the rumors about the virus and the quarantine in the first bridge. And Bob's freezers are full of tons of contaminated meat. Choose. You suggest that Bob should send contaminated meat in the next delivery to Gangrene, alright? Or you persuade Bob to send a shipment of good meat to them, but to write in the reports for the company that it is contaminated. I'm on the path of vengeance, but against whom? Now, there are the other 2 ones, but that I don't meet. It says, you noted in the Outback Chronicles that you started the battle of the first bridge. That would have been, I guess, spreading rumors about the virus. Probably would have done that. I did not do that. Or if you are the spirit warrior, you do something. All right. So I have to suggest Bob should send contaminated meat, or he should send good meat, but write in his report to the company that it is contaminated. Butcher Bob. They steal cows from robots and sell them to survivors. He provides the best meat to the Union's canteens. I don't know. I think he sounds like someone who would go for sending some good meat but telling the company that it's contaminated. We'll go with that one. C-139. No. 139. Oh. Why would I cheat such a good client? Not a chance, answers the rancher, seriously mad. Great. Test negotiate 3. If your aid is at least 1 green die, you obtain 1 additional success. All right, negotiate. My aid is not at least 1 green die. This is going to be a failure. I need 3 on these 2 white dice. So, well, I have a 1 in 12 chance. I got a 2, but nope. And my aid does not have at least 1 green die, so I do not get to add a success. I failed. Fail. No way. The company will learn about this. Get the hell out of here, Bob bursts, infuriated. You have no intention to fight his bodyguards, so you leave. Move the dominance marker 1 space up the track. All right, well, it's up to 10 now. Okay. Okay, so he's a strict company man, huh? He sounded like a nice guy. All right. So that was it for that one. And, oh, that was my second action, right? Yeah, I moved there, then I did that. Okay. So that's it for my turn. Now this is down to 2 again. And I get 2 actions. I don't like having only 6 health, so I think I'm going to camp. Although I only have 1 med, so I can only heal 3. But I can also repair the 2 on a sand buggy. Alright, so I'll repair 3 health. 2 repair on the sand buggy, so okay. Now when I move here, when I draw the wasteland card, I'll take 1 damage moving there. But then, oh, and camping was 1 action. I'll use the sand buggy if I have to fight an enemy, so that maybe I can actually succeed for once. What do I want equipped? Still the fire axe. Because my next action is going to be to move. Let's see, so it's 1, this is on desert. Or is that highway? Oh, that's highway. Oh yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, I can skip the alert token. So yeah, we're going this way, so that only is 3 to get to there. And I have to draw 1 of these, since I'm on highway. Hell Raiders, okay, 3 health, alright. Oh, and I took 1 damage to the sand buggy. They have engagement. You cannot roll any dice in this combat unless you discard 1 fuel. Well, I do have 1 fuel. I will get a med and an ammo if I defeat them. They only have 3 health. They have a ranged attack. They roll 2 greens and a blue. If they roll a fate, they deal 1 damage. Alright, well, yes, I'm attacking and I'm using my fire axe. So I get to roll all those. I only need 3. So, should I use the sand buggy? What do I expect to get on these? Spades damage. The only way I fail with a red one is if I get botched and then I break the axe. But doesn't something else happen? Oh, I take 1 damage. And this would break. Alright, so there's a little less than 1 in 3 chance I'll break the axe if I'm rolling both of these. And expect to get another 1 on there. Yeah, let's not use the sand buggy. Okay, so they have a ranged attack. I'm doing a melee attack, so they get to go first. And if they knock me out, if they did 5 damage, they'll knock me out, but not too big a chance of that. If they knock me out, I don't get a fight back. 1. Ooh, they did 4 damage. Well, it was close. So I get to fight back. Ooh, and I barely did 3, and I broke my axe. Oh, I suffer 1 damage. Axe is broken. I did. Oh, that's right. I only did 2 damage because of my. I forgot about my dislocated shoulder. Ah, man, if I'd remembered about that, I probably would have used the sand buggy just to make sure. Although it would just mean I'd get a med and an ammo. I get nothing because I only dealt 2 damage. That was horrible. And I did a damage to myself. That roll could not have really gone any worse. Alright. So, they did lots of damage to me. I did hardly anything. I did not kill them, so I do not get any rewards. And I'm up to 8 damage, so I get knocked unconscious. That's going to be bad, although I'm right there. Alright, so what did this say? Lone Wolf. When you would attach the second injury card, so not yet. When I turn this over, I have to see 159. Alright, so that's the end of that turn. So now next turn I have 2 actions again, but the first thing I have to do is regain consciousness. I heal 4 health and 1 radiation. And then this gets flipped over and I get another injury. Concussion. You lose 1 chosen die in all tests except in combat. Alright. Oh, and I had to discard that fuel so that I could actually roll against those guys. Okay, so I have to see 159. I wonder if it's going to tell me I lose. Alright, so that was the first action, regaining consciousness, and then the last action will be do the last plot point, which hopefully would be the end of the adventure and I win. I don't know, 159 might ruin that. Let's see. Ooh, the very last one. This hellish road wrapped its tentacles around your throat for the very last time. That doesn't sound good. Bringing you to the point of no return. For a long time after your death, survivors traveling along the remnants of Highway 1 could encounter a wreck of your car set by some cheeky bastards upon a mound of stones. A corpse was sitting inside the burnt vehicle, the golden lap tab hanging from its neck, a hand sticking out of the broken window, its thumb sticking up, encouraging all passers-by to give the dead one a ride. To be frank, no one did, and most steered clear of your carcass. Your night falls. Oh, I lost. Alright. I lost. And all I had to do was do this, and then that probably would have been it. Oh. Oh well. Well, now that I know what I'm doing, and this one's pretty short, since I did succeed, I should just play it again. Although, should I go with the same? No, I'm going to do another random character and vehicle. Alright, but I have to reshuffle some decks first. Yeah, there are only 8 different injuries you can get. So now I know one's concussion, one's dislocated shoulder, and I think there are 8 different malfunctions for cars as well. The only one I know of so far. No, there are 12 of these. The only one I know so far is stiff suspension. I only ever earned 1 experience point, so I never even got to upgrade anything. Well, Logan Harris, you completely butchered that. That's okay. I guess I could have just put stiff suspension at the bottom since I only know what one of them is in there anyway. Alright, now I have to put all these back. Or you know what? There are tons of Wasteland cards left. I'm not going to shuffle those back in. This needs to go back over there. Let's see, same thing with the exploration cards. I've hardly used any of them. We'll just get those out of the way. Let's see, these were starting gear. This one is not, but I'm not going to shuffle up the gear deck. Save some time. Okay, all this is starting gear. All right, so this is all stuff I could possibly start with. Back to Road to Ruin. Start it over again. All right. I'm not going to read that again. So, it's supposed to only take 45 minutes. What did that take me? That took about 3 hours, but that's because I was first time playing it. Only one player. It's supposed to be easy. I mean, I almost succeeded the very first try of playing this game. Alright, we'll read this again. Why not? In this time of ruination, hardly anyone remembers that before the Scourge there was a magnificent route circling the continent. You could take it and drive around Australia in a week. Yet even then, it was a back-breaking journey. Long distances, heat, unstable weather, technical difficulties, only the brave few took this trip. Many years have passed since then. The aftermath of the cataclysm and time have been slowly yet unceasingly ruining Highway 1. Some parts of it disappeared completely, damaged by explosions. Here and there the desert took its toll, covering whole stretches of the road in sand. In a few strategic places, Cerberus relics mined the highway, turning it into a true field of death. At the same time, untamed nature reminded humans that it rules over most of the continent now. Nowadays, there exist only a few sections of the highway that still serve its original purpose: fast transportation. That's why everyone calls this horrible route the Road to Ruin. However, some daredevils still try to make the golden lap. Those people dream about forgotten places, hidden gems of public infrastructure, petrol stations missed by looters. What? Oh, they started a new sentence instead of just using a comma. Yeah. Public infrastructure, petrol stations missed by looters, cargo terminals, towns waiting for an enterprising visitor, and so on. Or maybe it's all about bragging that you've actually made it through National A1. There's no medal for it. At best, just a badge to pin to your ride. But when someone looks such a crazy fool in the eye, they'll know that's someone who survived almost 15,000 kilometers of hell. You're one of those daredevils famous for making the Golden Lap. You'd thought it'd open some doors for you, but at the end of the day, you ended up just where everyone else is, living a boring life of a survivor trying to see another day in the waste. Alright, so Book of Tales, we read 1 again. Road to Ruin 1. So the setup is, alright, well, it's the setup, so I have to choose a character, which I'm going to pick a random one again, although you only have 6 that you can use in this adventure. And then I'm going to randomly pick a car as well. Well, here, I'll roll one of my dice for the car. Sand buggy's 1. What is that? 3. Alright, so that's 2, 3. I got a truck. Alright, I'll take the truck. Why not? Probably some better choices in there, but yeah, whatever. Okay, and then which waste night? Yeah, these are the 6. These are the only 6 I can use in this adventure. And I'm just going to pick one randomly. 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Whoops. No, it's only 5. Oh. Sallow Lee, I think, was the other one, but he would have been 6. Yeah, so 5 would be Nellie Thompson, a stalker. Alright, let's see. Nellie Thompson is not as good with melee attacks, guns, same as Logan was. Good at survival, horrible at negotiating. Aid in tech, pretty good. Okay, So anything that's going to require negotiating, she's bad. Oh, she can repair 3 at camp, and she has 3 exploration. Okay. All right, well, let's see. So, and then the truck, anything special about the truck? It has 7 chassis. It can hold 4 fuel. Ah, using fuel only gets you 1 extra movement point. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I was using my fuel incorrectly last time. 1 fuel is giving me 2 extra movement, not just 1. Oh well, I don't think it would have made a difference. Alright, so that's a truck. It can hold 6 gear. You know what, this is probably not a good vehicle for this one. It's alright, I don't know any better yet. Oh, now I need Nellie Thompson's marker. Let's see, 5 was here. 4 was here. 3 was there. 1 was at 25. And 2 is at 22. Pretty sure that's right. Let's make sure. Oh, it says in the guidebook. Oh, I don't, wait a minute. I don't know. I might not be doing the North Trail this time. No. I'm doing the South Trail this time. So those are all wrong. Ooh, I get to do the other option for the adventure. Alright, so start with 2 fuel, 2 ammo, 2 meds. And I'm just using those coins for action markers. I still don't know what these are supposed to do. They probably just aren't very important in this mission, or this adventure. I'm just going to move them aside. I wonder if I'm trying to get to New Sydney. We'll see. Okay, so we also need to... Alright, I need hers. Where is she? Where'd I leave the characters? There they are. Alright, that's her mini. Yeah, you are the mechanic, the slasher, or the stalker. She's the stalker. I see 50. I was the Avenger last time. I did 100. So yeah, I'm going to be taking the other route. So let's see. What does 50 say? So this is all going to be new. 50. Full mobilization. 2 arms. New Sydney dwellers. 2 arms. You can see such posters all over the city. Local leaders must be preparing for some conflict. Such a commotion can only mean one thing. Expansion to the west. So I guess I'm starting in New Sydney, it sounds like, and going west. Okay. Streets are already full of bikers, armed to the teeth and eager to pick a fight, claiming that they work for the merchant cartel, a powerful association of traders from the East Coast. This mass levy means trouble. If such a massive brute force isn't quickly directed to some enemy, the city will burn into a war zone. For now, the newcomers are kept in check, but with each passing day and more volunteers for the mercenary militia arrive to Sydney. But with each passing day, more volunteers and militia arrive in New Sydney. On top of that, there are rumors about talks between the self-appointed Free Mutants League in distant Carcassville and the filthy corsairs from the port city of Alice Offsprings. Are they going to form an alliance and threaten the lands east of the Great Divide? It seems both them and the New Sydney merchants are ready for open war and are now looking for means to fully settle who rules the South. Okay, so plot tokens. 1, space 21. 2, Alice Offsprings. 3 is probably going to be the bridge. Nope, it's not. 3 is space 32. 32. 4, space 34. 5, that's 6. 5 is space 35, and 6 is Carcassville. All right, so I have to get from New Sydney to Carcassville. Okay. What else? These are the places where you might learn more about the trouble in the South. Go to the plot sheet, Trouble in the South. Alright, so Road to Ruin. So when I failed the first time, I was doing Wild North. Now I get to do Trouble in the South. Setup. Place your night figure on New Sydney. Yeah, I figured that. Place the time marker on space 2 on the track. Each round, move it down the track, okay? Place the special marker in the proper space on the track, depending on which knight you are. Mechanic or Slasher, space 5. Stalker, space 6. Okay, special marker. I'm the Stalker, so it goes on 6. This is the dominance marker. It represents the power struggle in southern Australia between the Free Mutants League from Carcassville and the Merchant Cartel from New Sydney. Resolve the proper entry depending on which knight you are. Stalker, 30. All right, let's see what that says. Oh, it's probably going to tell me about my starting gear. Oh, and I don't, you know what, the vehicle, maybe the truck, I can't even use it. We'll see. All right, 30. Oops. You've always been able to find yourself in a place sheltered from any storm. That's why the moment you ended the Golden Lap in New Sydney, you knew exactly who to talk to. Your reputation of that tough broad from the Badlands guaranteed a quick promotion in the Merchant Cartel and the position of the organization's chief scout. It came with some benefits. First of all, the job was steady and you no longer had to fight for scraps in the desert. Second of all, it still kept you away from the sorry, stinking bunch of city folk looking for protection from those above them. However, free reign and stability have blunted your edge, leading you directly to the place you'd been trying to avoid all along, the damned road to ruin. Well, you should probably blame yourself for this anyway. Your last report stated clearly that there is some unusual mutant activity around Alice Offsprings, and it troubled your superiors. The cartel reacted quickly, mustering mercenaries and preparing for the imminent conflict. The city swelled with bikers and thugs. You, being the most veteran scout around here, have been sent in the vanguard of this ragtag army to serve the cartel with your skills. You know that this time the reputation and experience gained during the Golden Lap might actually save your life. Setup. Choose one of the following gear sets: sawn-off shotgun and vest, or pistol, knife, and trash armor. So if I take the shotgun, I just get that and the vest. Okay. Or pistol, knife, and trash armor. You know what? Let's take the shotgun. Why not? That way I get the vest. It'll protect against damage a little more. All right, vest. Sawn-off shotgun. So these are part of the starting gear. Well, the possible starting gear. All right, so I have a vest and a shotgun, but currently I only can shoot it twice. All right, what's next? 30. Choose one vehicle sheet. All right, truck. Take 2 meds, 2 armor, and 2 fuel. I already got that. Return to the plot sheet. Trouble in the South. Okay. All right, read the plot special rules below and begin the round. Goal: quickly figure out what is going on in the South. Collect as many, it says challenge tokens, but they mean the plot tokens, as possible before the conflict escalates, before the time marker leaves the track. So it sounds like if I run out of time, I'm going to lose, just like if last time, my vehicle, no, I took 2 injuries, and so I died. All right. Lone wolf. So same thing as on the other side. If I get 2 injuries or 2 malfunctions on my vehicle, going to be game over. And I can't discard injury or malfunction cards from the city. So I have to do everything I can to avoid injuries and malfunctions. Okay. Yeah, 2 is game over. I have 7 chassis this time, so the truck is at least a little better for that. I'm not going to be nearly as worried about having 2 malfunctions on it. Injuries, though, Nelly only has 7 health, so yeah, I'm going to want more armor. Alright, well, let's see. Oh yeah, so last time when I thought I couldn't get here in 1 turn, or maybe I could have. Ah well. Alright, so truck, each fuel is only 1 movement point. Plot action, the job. Alright, so when I get to these, just like on the other side, I'll move the timer up 2 whenever I resolve one of the plot tokens. And then for each one, 15, 25, 35, etc. is what we have to read. Okay, that's nice and easy. Have to do them in ascending order. Dominating the south. Okay, so position of the dominance marker on the track informs you about the current strength. Yeah, we know that, the warring factions. Whoops. The lower the number, the more powerful the free mutants are. The higher the number, the more powerful the merchant cartel is. And that's who I'm working for. Okay. When the conditions described below occur for the first time, then read the matching entry. So if it gets to 3 or lower or 8 or higher, we read something. All right. If the time marker would leave the track, we see 120, which is probably going to say game over. All right. Basically the same setup as last time. Trying to do the north route. All right, Nelly, let's do what Logan couldn't do. Okay, so we're good to go. All right, so I need to get down to here. It'll cost only 4 to get there as long as I use the highway, because highway costs 0 to move. Deserts 2, scrub and mountains are, deserts 1, scrub and mountains are 2, and the truck has 4 movement. So yeah, it'll cost only 4 to get there, so we may as well just do that. So one action is going to be to move 4. I'm traveling over a threat token, so I have to draw 1. Alright, so draw 1 threat token out of the bag. And then I'm going to have to do a wasteland card. Since I'm on scrub, I get this one for scrub or mountain. And let's see, if this is an enemy, the enemy will deal 1 extra damage. If it is not an enemy, I will get 1 radiation. I don't want any radiation. Okay. Alright, well, let's see, what do we get? Enemy. So enemy will deal 1 extra damage. Scrub Python. Ambush. So Scrub Python attacks me, even though it's a melee attack, attacks me before I get a chance to do anything. That's too bad. And gets 3 green dice, plus 1 extra damage. If you are, but if you are in the scrub space, enemy gains 2 health. Ugh. And you gain 1 additional gear card for defeating it. So enemy really has 5 health. Okay. But if I defeat it, I get 2 gear cards. If it rolls a fate card, it says suffer 1 damage. It doesn't deal damage, it suffers 1 damage. Okay, well that's good at least. Alright, so let's see. So it's going to roll that, and I have to decide. Well, my only weapon is a shotgun. Can I deal 5 damage? Although it might hurt itself. There's a decent chance it will hurt itself. But unfortunately it does have 5 health. Alright, so shotgun. Well, if I use a shotgun, I get 1 white and 1 green die, and then the shotgun will add a white green die. I'll use an ammo, and if I roll a fate, I do deal 2 damage, but that will break the shotgun. Alright, so there's a decent chance I can, well, between that and this, possibly hurting it. Yeah, okay, let's use a shotgun. If I don't use a shotgun, I have to fight it barehanded, and I just get 2 white dice, and it's basically just having no chance of getting gear. I will get 2 gear if I kill it. I like that. Alright, so Scrub Python though, even though I have a ranged attack and it's melee, it has ambush, so it goes first. Ooh, it suffers 1 damage and deals 4 damage to me. Well, that means I only have to deal 4 damage to it. Alright, so I take 4 damage, and since I'm not dead yet, or not knocked unconscious yet, I get to retaliate. So, yeah, 2 whites and 2 greens. I need 4 damage. Oh, come on. Really? 3 blanks? I dealt 3 damage, because let's see, this says I roll a fate, I deal 2 damage, but this breaks. Great. I already have a broken shotgun. Well, it just takes away a white die. I still get a green one. Oh, and I spent an ammo. Seriously. There was so little chance of failing that. Oh well. Alright. So I get nothing. I don't get 2 gear cards. I just used ammo and broke my shotgun and get nothing in return. Okay. Scrub Python goes away. Let's see. Threat token goes back. Yeah, you don't fight to the death, you get 1 attack, that's it. Well, that was not a good start. Other action is going to be plot point 1, plot token 1. Alright, we'll do that. And so timer goes up 2 when I resolve that, and I have to read 15. You reach Mailburn, a place ruled by ruthless female gangs, with hardly any petrol left in your tank. This is the westernmost outpost, which the cartel... Let me just make sure that one's right before I read all of it. Oh, no. Oh, wait, yeah, the other side. Yes, 15. Plot token 1, read 15. Okay, good. However, the situation might change this very day. You can see smoke and hear gunshots coming from afar. The ruined city is besieged by mutants. Its dwellers are fiercely fighting for every building and square. Search the highway desert wasteland deck for the Mailburn Beauty's enemy card, and the Mountain Scrub wasteland deck for the Alice's Outcast enemy card, and place them next to the board. Then choose. You side with the Beauties to help them defend the city from the Horde. You side with the mutants and attack the local gangs, or you're just a scout. You watch the battle to report later. Alright, we'll have to choose one of those, but first I need to find those cards. Oh, shoot. Okay. So I have to go through this deck until I find, what is it I'm looking for? Search the Desert Wasteland deck for the Mailburn Beauties. Just gonna have to shuffle these back in anyway, so I don't know why I'm flipping them over. Oh, there we go. Mailburn Beauties. Ooh, they get a green and a red and have 4 health. Ouch. And if you attack using a ranged weapon, the enemy additionally rolls the same dice as your weapon when attacking. Ew, I don't want to fight them. They'll get 2 greens, a white, and a red. Alright, search the other wasteland deck for, what was it? I don't know. I'll remember when it shows up. Alice's Outcast, that's it. A white, a green, and a blue. This on a spade, this enemy deals 1 damage. The resolution, all unprevented damage you were dealt in this combat, turns into contamination. Ugh. Oh, shoot. I completely forgot I had the vest. I should have only taken 2 damage, and the vest is broken. But, yeah, the vest is now broken. Now it only will block 1 damage. Spent so much time on the first playthrough without any armor, because I couldn't find any, that I forgot all about armor. Alright. All unprevented damage is contamination. And you get fuel and meds from Maleburn Beauties. From Alice's Outcast, only 3 health, and you get gear and ammo. Ooh, yeah, I'd rather fight against them. Or just be a spectator. Because it did say I'm a scout. I don't know. What does Nellie Thompson want to do? I think Nellie wants to side with the beauties and help them defend the city from the horde. We'll do that. Alright, C95. You drive your vehicle into the thick of battle and start running over one mutant after another. Yeah, the truck's good for that. At first, the defenders are surprised, but they soon counterattack. A moment later, you fight side by side with the feral horde. Move the dominance marker 1 space up the track. Yeah, I'm going against the mutants here, so that's up to 7. Resolve combat with Alice's Outcasts according to normal rules. You gain Maleburn Beauty's attack dice in this combat. Oh, so I only have to do 3 damage to them. It's a melee attack though, so if I use my shotgun, I will use up an ammo, but I'll get an ammo back. And as long as I kill them, they won't fight back. That's probably the way to go. Alright, and then it's if you defeat the enemy, if you do not defeat the enemy, we won't read that yet. Okay, so alright, so I'm fighting against Alice's Outcast. I am using my shotgun, so I'll have to use up an ammo again, so I'm out of ammo. I get a green and a white. Plus plus my guns dice will be a green and a white. And then I get a green and a red because of Maleburn's Beauties. Ooh, but my shotgun is going to get destroyed and get discarded if I roll any spades. Maybe I should just fight barehanded. If I fight barehanded, I get these dice, and I only have to deal 3 damage. But then they will get to fight back. They get a white, a green, and a blue. And any damage they deal is going to be contamination. Well, I am getting gear, so, well, maybe I'll get a weapon. Alright, no, we'll use the shotgun. Alright, so let's see. These 4 were from gun skill, shotgun, and then Maleburn Beauties. Alright, just have to deal 3 damage. Well, this counts as 2, that's 5, but I do break the shotgun. It's already broken, so this is now discarded. Alright, I have no weapons. I'm only fighting barehanded until I find some more weapons. Since that was a ranged attack and they have a melee attack, they do not retaliate. So, no rolling for them. I actually killed something. and I get a gear and an ammo. So I get my ammo back, but I have nothing to put it in, and 1 gear card. So from the gearbox, we draw one off the bottom, and it is a katana. Okay. I prefer guns, but let's see. Ooh, you roll a green and a blue. Okay. It's one-handed. Once per combat, you may suffer 1 damage to re-roll any of your dice. All right. All right. Well, katana's now my only weapon. Well, keep those for now. It said, all right, so what happens here? If you defeat the enemy, I did, you and the city defenders have managed to repel the vanguard of the mutant army. Melbourne remains under the cartel's control, and the scouts of the horde flee west. Move the dominance marker up another 1 space. All right, so it's already going to set off whatever from being at 8. Note in the Outback Chronicles that Melbourne was saved. Okay. Okay, Chronicles. Come on. Okay. Who am I this time? Nelly. All right, Melbourne was saved. Anything else I need to do? Okay. No matter the combat result, discard both wasteland cards placed next to the board. All right. Now, that was my second action. Oh yeah, this is still the first round. I moved and then did that. Okay, so that was my second action. So now the round ends. This is going to go down 1. But since this is at 8, now we have to do what the guidebook says. Trouble in the South. If the round ends and the dominance marker is at 8 or higher, what does it say? C39. All right, what is that going to tell us? $39. Perform 1 free regain consciousness action. I'm not unconscious, so that does nothing again. As you travel further west, you hear more and more alarming gossip about the leader of the Free Mutants League from Carcassville. At some stop, you meet a group of survivors working for your superiors. They're hanging propaganda posters stating, "Beware, golfer," all right, and featuring a caricature of a monstrous mutant. Golfer, huh? All right. You exchange the most important news with them and accept some small help. You wonder if the rumors you've heard are part of a bigger disinformation or propaganda campaign. One thing is sure, given your luck, sooner or later you'll meet this player. Gain 1 chosen resource. Fuel, meds, or ammo. Well, I don't have a gun anymore. What got me last time was injuries, so I don't know. How about a med? Fuel only gives me 1 extra movement with the truck, so yeah, I'll take a med for now. All right, where were we? Take the card number 9 from the special deck and place it face up next to the plot sheet. This is Golfer, the general of the Free Mutants Army and the mastermind behind the operation directed against New Sydney. Okay, card number 9, and that's it. That's why it's Golfer. Okay, Golfer. Might have to fight him at some point. He has threat 1, so you have to draw a threat token, and he's relentless, so even if you shoot him, he still gets to retaliate. He gets a red, a green, and a white. Wait a minute. You know what? I might have had it wrong on the other one. It says spade, suffer 1 radiation. But he wouldn't suffer 1 radiation. Maybe I had that wrong with whatever that thing was that I fought by moving here that I didn't defeat anyway. It wasn't suffering a damage. I think I was supposed to suffer a damage. So I'm going to give myself 1 more. Ooh. If this enemy obtained at least 2 spades in its roll, attach 1 injury card to your knight. Ugh. Well, fortunately, I don't have to fight him yet, but I'm going to have to watch out for that. I will just put him over here. Okay. So that's finally the end of the first round. So second round, I need to get to Alice Offsprings, and let's see, if I go the quick way, it's 2, these cost 0, so that's 2, 2, 1, 1, and this is in scrub, so it'll cost 8 to get there. Ugh. And that's going through radiation, a threat token, and contamination. Ugh. To get past these, well, you could go 2, 1, 2, 2. So that's already 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11 to get to there. That would take 2 turns and 3 fuel. That does not look good. No, I think it's going to take two turns to get there. No, I have my action tokens again. No, I think it's going to take 2 rounds to get there, and I'm just going to have to go through this stuff. Oh well. Okay, so first action. I want to camp. I could explore first and then move. Or I can move and then explore. Or I can move and then maybe need to heal. So move and camp. Yeah, let's move first. And then depending on what happens, I'll either camp or explore. Okay, so moving will be 2, 2, 2, 2, 4. But alert token and 1 radiation. Okay, alert token. Alright, this is going to be -1 resource. Yeah. Either side, it's going to be -1 resource. Whether I Wasteland card is an enemy or not an enemy, I'm going to lose 1 resource. Let's see, I'm in scrub, so this one. Hillbillies, so -1 resource. Well, I could ditch the ammo. I mean, there's a good chance I'll require some gear at some point where I get another gun, although well, maybe not. So, yeah, I'm gonna ditch the ammo. I don't want to ditch my meds, and might need the fuel. Currently, I have no need of ammo. All right, so lost my resource. Hillbillies. All right, so they're relentless. Well, I don't have any guns anyway. They have melee attacks, so we attack at the same time. All right, nobody fought back last time. I still have my vest. That'll block 1 damage, but if it does, this is destroyed. Then all I'll have is a katana. All right, so let's see. They get a white, a blue, and a green. Stupid hillbillies. If they roll a spade, they deal X damage, where X is the number of damage this enemy has, max 3. So a spade will deal 3 damage, and these both have a spade. Ooh, 4 damage total, and I'm knocked unconscious. That stinks. I'll get an injury already. Well, hopefully no spades. And I'll get more meds and fuel if I succeed in killing them, which should happen. What happens with the katana? Oh, I can take damage to reroll dice. Probably not. Alright, so let's see. My blades, my melee skill is 2 white dice. And then I get a blue and a green with the katana. So that's my roll. They only have 3 health, so should be able to kill them. But yeah, they might give me an injury too. Great. Well, hopefully they don't roll any spades. Alright, well, let's roll them first. 6 damage. Well, fortunately I can only take 4, so there we go. 3 and 1 there. So I'm going to be injured already. And I dealt 4 damage. Okay. So I defeated them. I do get meds and fuel. And since I am knocked unconscious, that ends my turn. I don't actually get to take my second action. And I'll have an injury. 1 more injury and it's game over. Great. So that ends the round. So this goes down to 2. And next round, the first thing I have to do is regain consciousness. I heal 1 radiation and 4 health. Now let's take those 4 off. Oh, wait, no, I forgot about... Well, okay, no, the vest would have been pointless because I still would have taken too much damage. This could have blocked 1, that still would have been a total of 8 damage to my health, so no, that vest wouldn't have done anything. So we'll not use it. Okay, alright, flip this over. My injury is weakened. I lose 1 exploration to a minimum of 1. Well, I have 3, so my exploration is 2. Okay, that's not bad. I don't mind that. That's much better than the dislocated shoulder I had last time, but 1 more injury and game over. Alright, so that was 1 action just to regain consciousness, and I really need to move. Well, one of the next 2 turns I don't get to move. I could camp and heal myself some more to be completely full. Or I can move here and then next turn use the city to get do even better healing. I'm just chancing that if I have to fight something and take 4 damage, oh, and I'm going to get a contamination. If I take 3 damage, it's going to be game over. But you know what? Why not? Let's chance it. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to there. Contamination. So that takes 1 to flip over and then 1 to remove, but yeah, now I'm only 3 health away from being game over. Now I get to draw another Wasteland card. Oh, that was my second action, is moving. The first one was regaining consciousness. More people to fight. Ooh, great. A green, and a blue. That's not good. In the mountains, they get 1 extra health. No, we're in scrub. In the scrub, they get ambushed, so they get to attack me before I get to do anything. Alright, so they get 2 greens and a blue. Vest will block 1, so... Well... If they do 4 damage and a spade counts as 2, it's going to be game over. Well, that'll be quick. Alright, just 1. That's nice. Now I can block it with a vest, but if I use the city action, I'll heal 4. But this takes 5. I think it's 4. No, I want to keep the vest because if I use camp, I can repair that. So I'm going to take the damage. That was fortunate, just one. Okay, so I get to fight back and use my katana, and what am I rolling again? 2 whites, a blue, and a green. And I need to do 4 damage. Ooh, and I'll get an experience point and ammo. If I succeed, well, there we go. I got 4. But this breaks my weapon. Great. What does the katana do now? I lose the green die, I only get a blue one. Ooh, it costs 4 to repair that. So really, I have 3 repair. So I can only repair the katana in a city. Great. But at least I get 1 experience point and ammo. Need some gear. Well, let's see. Camping, if I spent 2 meds, I'd be able to heal all of that. And repair the vest, but since I'm on a city, it'd be better to do that. Alright, dice can go away. Alright, so that was the second action. So the round's over. This is now down to 1. That's alright, because the first action the next turn is going to be plot point 2, or should I do city first? Just in case something here damages me, which nothing hit me for health in anything on the last one. Let's do the plot point first. Okay, plot point 2. This goes up 2. And we have to read 25. 25. You spend some time in Alice Offsprings, trying to understand the moods of the inhabitants of this pirate city. It's obvious that the free mutants from the other side of the Great Divide made a deal with the mutated corsairs, and the city is the most important transit point for the League's forces in the south. Check the Outback Chronicles. If Melbourne was saved, see 156. If Melbourne failed, see 134, or if none of the above is true, 105. Well, it was saved, so 156. It looks like the mutant offensive has been stopped for the moment. Survivors of the siege are licking their wounds on the piers, waiting for transport. Local captains are making good money smuggling the sorry remnants of the horde. It'll be easy to join this riffraff and disguise yourself as a refugee, eager to return to the west. Ooh. Maybe I'll get to go across with the water and not have to go all the way around. Choose. I negotiate the transport with one of the captains. Ooh. But my negotiate skill is terrible, so maybe not. You sneak into a boat in a mutated refugee's guise. Okay. Probably have a better chance of that. Or, if you're the mechanic, I'm not, I'm the stalker. So, yeah. Alright. No, I don't want to negotiate for transport because I'd be rolling 1 white die. Probably not good. So let's try to sneak aboard a boat in a mutated refugees guise. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a survival check? Who knows? Alright, C48. Test, yep, survival, and I need 3 successes. But if the dominance marker is on 7, is on space 7, not on 7 or above. Oh, no, if it's on space 8 or higher, you obtain 2 additional successes. Ooh. So I just need 1. All right, I get to roll. I get to do a survival test, 2 green dice. Just need 1 success, and they only have 1, well, fate will be a failure on this, so I guess they have 2 failures on each one. Alright, so I'll have an 8 and 9 chance of success. Well, there we go. I got 3 even without any help. Alright, if you succeed, and then all this is for failure, so success. The mutants are so numerous you easily blend in. You get aboard some barge and spend the next 2 days crossing the Great Divide. During the cruise, you listen to stories about poverty, illness, and fear of returning to the West. You conclude that the Free Mutants tried to come to an agreement with the cartel, but were refused. Gain 1 experience point. So I'm up to 2. Place your knight figure on space 36. You lose all remaining actions. Well, that part's too bad. Oh man, too bad I didn't do the city first. Oh, well, I'm down here. That's not too much better for getting to here. Losing the other action, that's really bad. Dang. Definitely should have done the city first. If I'd done the city, I could have repaired my katana and healed most of this. Oh, that stinks. And I'm not going to be at a city again until Carcassville, which at that point will be all over. Oh. Yep, that was terrible. All right, and I lose all actions for the rest of the turn, so this, that's the next turn, or next round. All right, this didn't say anything else on there, right? What was that? 48. Yep, that was it. Okay. Well, now I need to get to here. I don't have any radiation anymore, that's good. Let's see, and then from 32 to 34, have to go around this way because you can't go through Crater. That's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is this? I guess highway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll take 6 to get to there from here. Well, spend 2 fuel. The truck can do that in 1 turn. But 2 threat tokens. From here to here, 2, 4, 6, 7, or 2, 4, 5. Well, the first thing I need to do is camp. I can spend 1 med to heal 3 damage. Well, this is 3, 4, 5, 6 to get rid of all that, so I'll spend 2 meds. And I can't repair the katana because I only have 3 repair and it takes 4, but I can repair the vest. That takes 2. So, alright. There. Well, at least I have the vest back. Alright. Well, that vest back to working order. It can block 2 damage now. What else can you do when you camp? Oh, you could do an experience check when you camp as well. Heal, repair, use effects. Some cards or effects may be used only when performing the camp action. Well, there's nothing there, and then upgrade, yeah. But 1 more experience point, I get an upgrade. If I can last that long. Okay. So 1 action was camping, the next action is moving, and what is it? 2, 4, 5, or 2, 4, 6, 7. Well, if I go this way, it takes 2 turns. Then I won't have much room for air. And now we're going to go this way and spend 1 fuel. So it costs 2, 4, 5. Do get radiation. Well, that's all right. Radiation, I didn't have any. 1 radiation is okay. I'm not going to get more radiation going to here. It's going to be threat tokens, and what is it? 1. Oh wait, no, I don't have to go through that one. It's 1. That costs 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it only costs 5 to get to there. Again, assuming this is highway, but I guess it is. It looks like it is. So it only costs 1 more fuel to get there, and one threat token. That's not horrible. All right, so I got my radiation, and now I need to draw one of these wasteland cards because I'm in the desert. All right, what are we going to have? Sky Corsair. 2 greens and a blue. It's a ranged attack. This enemy ignores all non-range attacks and effects that deal damage. Well, I don't have any ranged attacks, so there's no point in using the katana and rolling for it because I can't hit him. They do 1 damage for a fate. I would get gear and fuel, but I can't do anything to it. Okay. So he'll attack me. I don't get to return an attack. 4? Oh, come on. Well, I guess with greens and blues, I couldn't be that much better than that. Alright, I take 4 damage. Oh yeah, and what does this do? Oh, I only have 2 exploration. Okay, I have no chance of killing it, so that can go away. That was my second action, so that's the end of the round. Well, let's explore, or let's do this plot one, 35. In the region of the Outback, where you've just arrived, one can find hundreds of similar places. Dugouts is actually a remnant of a mine from before the Scourge. The only thing left today is a deep crater with characteristic steps leading down a huge hole, and a few working drilled wells that make this place an important strategic point. The inhabited parts of the mine have been taken over by mutants, who have started expanding the town. Now, tens of huts are being raised on rock shelves, and in the night campfires mark wide, round edges of each floor of the settlement. Choose. You help the settlers organize themselves in this hostile place. You sabotage the traffic system between the town levels. Or, if you're the stalker, I can tinker with the most vital town structure, the water pumps. Well, since I'm the stalker, that's probably the best way to go. Sure, let's tinker with the water pumps. C-117. Alright, Road to Ruin 117. Test Survival X. Oh, yeah, you just roll, and then based on how many successes you get, that'll determine what happens. Alright, so survival, I get 2 green ones. 1. 117. 0 to 1. Though you correctly identify the vital installation, the system pumping fresh water from below ground, you haven't managed to sabotage it in any way. Nothing happens. That's unfortunate. And that's it. Let's see, you do at least 2, whatever. Oh, I guess this is... Move the dominance marker up 1 space on the track for each obtained success. Note in the dugouts that you poisoned water in the dugouts. No, that's part of if you got at least 2. Alright, so, that's too bad. I didn't get to poison the water. Probably would have been helpful later. Alright, that was the first action. So now I have another action. I already have 4. I feel like it'd be a waste to camp. Oh, whoops, this was supposed to go up 2 as well, because I did a plot point. I do have some time to spare. Maybe I should camp. Or I could explore. You know what, I want to explore. Maybe I'll find something good. Alright, so I'm going to explore it now. Because of weakened, I only have exploration 2. So I draw an exploration card, and I am in the desert. I can get 1 fuel. Or I can draw 1 more card, since it's exploration 2, and I'm stuck with whatever the result is. Do I want the fuel? No. I'm going to draw another one. Alright, since I only have exploration 2, I'm stuck with this, although I can spend a fuel to draw another one if this is really bad. Oh, okay. A med, an ammo, and 1 damage to my vehicle. It can take 7, so sure, we'll do that. I don't really need the ammo, but no, meds. Although if I'm in a city, I could trade resources for other resources, or use them to in bartering. I'm never going to be in a city though until there. All right. There's that other discard pile. Okay. Well, that wasn't great. All right. Well, that's the end of the round. So now down to 2 on there. So what are my 2 actions going to be this time? I do have the vest, though. It's repaired again, so that can block 2 damage. Yeah, maybe I should move. Take the chance. They would have to do 5 damage to me to kill me. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so first one, I'm going to move. Shoot. That was at 2, right? Yes. First action, I'm going to move, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's free. So I have to spend 1 fuel to move 5. To add the extra, and I'm going through 1 alert token. Oops, I drew 2. Alright, 1 alert token. Alright, so that's not too bad. If it's an enemy, they just get an extra white die. That's fine. White dies are the weakest. If it's not an enemy, I suffer 1 vehicle damage. Okay, wow, that's not that bad at all. So let's see what we get. I'm on highway, so wind chasers. Alright, so they get a white die. Engagement. If you have a heavy vehicle, it suffers 2 damage. I do have a heavy vehicle, so it takes 2 damage. That's alright. Oops, those are 3s. Well, here, we'll just put a 3 on there and take away 1. Alright. If you have a medium vehicle, it suffers 1. Well, alright. On a fate, it deals 1 damage, and they get a green and a blue and a white. Only have 3 health. I'll get gear and fuel if I can defeat it. Yes, I'm using the katana. So since the katana is broken, I only have a blue plus my melee blades, 2 whites. Alright, so that's all I get to roll. Hopefully I can get 3. Although blanks, I can re-roll if I take 1 damage. Alright, well let's see. Their attack is ranged, so they get to go before I go, and if they knock me out, I don't get to retaliate. Ooh, okay, that's not too bad, considering there was a blue and a green in there, 2 damage. Well, I can just block it with the vest. The vest is now broken. Took no damage, and then I get to attack with my katana. Okay, 3, just enough. Alright, so they're dead. I get a gear. And I get a fuel. Alright, what do I get? Ooh, ballistic shield, that sounds good. Oh, it only blocks 1 damage. You may break this to prevent 1 damage. It's not that good. Once it's broken, it'll block 1 again. Oh. So this is only as good as trash armor. Yeah. Oh well. It's better than nothing. Let's see. I can equip it or put it in the truck. I don't know. Since it's not broken, let's equip it and put the broken vest in the truck. I can hold 6 items in the truck. Alright, wind chasers are gone. Alright, so that was the first action, was moving. And then, you know what, let's go ahead and do the plot one. If I camp, I can use one med and repair my vest or the truck. Was this cost to repair? 2? Ugh, really? This is a crap gear. I really wish I could repair the katana. Let's do that first. Oh, and how much is it going to take to get to there? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to get to here, and I'll take contamination. But that's just one move without any fuel to get to there. Probably want to camp before I do that and do a little healing just in case, because I'm taking automatic damage from that. Plus whatever, I might have to fight something from the survival card. Alright, let's see. So let's do plot point 4. Alright, so read 45. Well, this goes on there. I go up 2. Wait, is that right? Yeah, it was at 3, it went down. Yeah, it's because I did that 2 turns in a row. I did a plot token. Okay, 45. It takes more than a couple of hours to locate the place the cartel men told you about. Finally, you find a ruined military harbor full of huge rusted warships bristling with cannons. They look much more powerful than the pirate fleet from Alice Offsprings, and instead of proper names, they have faded numbers on their hulls. You wonder why you were told to come here. Choose. I check if anything actually works in this watery drunk yard. Maybe a tech check? A test for tech, which I'd have a white and a green. Or possibly survival. I don't know. You tag the entrance to the base with paint. Okay. Or if I'm the mechanic, I can search for ground defense systems and try to turn them on. So check to see if anything actually works, or tag the entrance to the base with paint. I don't know. Let's check to see if anything actually works. So 72. The fleet is useless, but the port infrastructure might prove strategically valuable both to the cartel and the Free Mutants. The former need a safe haven on the western side of the Great Divide, while the latter, a harbor independent from Alice Offsprings. While exploring the wrecks, you chance upon a well-preserved radio station. If you fixed it, you could contact one of the factions and give them the exact location of the base. Oh, maybe this will give me the communicator like in the last one. Choices. You fix the radio station and contact New Sydney. You fix the radio station and contact Carcassville, or you destroy the radio station so that no one can use it. Well, I should contact New Sydney. So they can know where the base is. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to fix the radio station and contact New Sydney. So C4. 4. Test Tech 2. Okay. So yep, I do a tech test. Need 2 successes. Chances are not good. I got 0. Fail. You mistake the battery terminals and a strong current destroys the device. This junk is good for nothing. Suffer 1 damage. Oh, great. Alright. And nothing else there. Okay. And that was my second action, yes, of the turn. So that ends the turn. But I do have some to spare. Let's see. Because, yeah, what do we say? It's only going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to here. I can get here in 1 turn. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 to get to there. I have 2 fuel. So it can be 1 to here, 1 to here. And I'll get extra turns. So it'd probably be good to do some exploring and camping. So first thing I'm going to do is camp. While I'm camping, I can use 2 meds to heal 6 damage, although I only have 5. It's fine, that'll heal all my damage. Oh, and a radiation. No. 1 med can heal a radiation. Or 3 health. I'm not worried about the radiation, although I'm going to pick up 2 radiation getting to there. That'll put me at where I cannot heal anymore. If I spend the other med, then I'm out of meds. Yeah, I should probably do it. Okay, and then I also have my 3 repair. Well, I can repair the vest, and I'm going to re-equip it instead of the ballistic shield. So it is working. And Golfer, I mean, my guess is in Carcassville. Maybe I'll have to fight Golfer. And yeah, if he rolls at least 2 spades, I get an injury. With a red and a green, well, there's only 1 in 36 chance of that, unless there's something else, like if the threat token I draw gives him more dice, well, then there's maybe a higher chance. But, all right, there's not too much chance of him doing an automatic injury. And he has 15 health. I don't think he's getting killed. Okay. Now it's time to explore. I'm on highway. 1 health, or 1 med and 1 vehicle damage. The med would be useful. Oh wait, since it only took 2 to repair the vest, I still had 1 left over. I could have repaired 1 damage on the truck. So it only has 2 now. The med would be useful, or I can draw 1 more time, but I'll be stuck with it unless I want to spend some fuel, and I need 2 fuel if I want to get here in 1 turn from here. So, yeah, I want more meds. Oh, hockey game over. How am I doing? Well, I failed the first time. I got the character I was using. I was supposed to go the northern route to end up at pumps. And right when I got there, I got another injury. And that was it. So all I had to do was search this, and that might have been over. So I might have been 1 action away from succeeding. So I did a new random character, and I'm Nellie Thompson this time, going from New Sydney to Carcassville. And, well, we'll see. I might make it. Beautiful looking board, yeah. Yeah, the stuff in this is pretty nice. Maybe I'll get around to painting all the minis at some point. The only minis are for all of the Waste Knights, so I have 13 of them. All right, let's see. So that was my second action was exploring. So that's it for that round. I'm thinking maybe I'll explore 1 more time and then move, and then it'll be down to 1, and that's when I'll do this one. And it'll be easy enough to get there. Yeah, let's explore some more. All right, so next turn, my first action, I'm going to explore again. Still on highway, so 1 fuel. 1 fuel, but place a threat marker in your space. No, I don't want that. So I can still draw 1 more, but I'm stuck with this one. Ooh, 2 fuel, and I take 1 damage. Well, I'm stuck with that unless I want to spend fuel, and I don't want to spend any fuel. So, all right, I take 1 damage, and I get 2 fuel. And that's as much fuel as I can have in the truck. But, you know, with that, I can probably avoid this radiation at least. Okay. And my second action of the turn is going to be to move. So that costs 0, 1, that's 2, that's 1. So these are 0, so it only costs 4 to get to there. That's the movement my truck has. So I don't have to spend any fuel, but I do get a contamination. Alright, so I can only take, well, if I take 5 damage, I'm getting an injury, and that's going to be game over. But my vest will block 2. So let's see, I draw a Wasteland card. That's Highway again, so I get one of these Wasteland cards for Highway. Ah, no enemy this time. Acid Rain. Test Survival 2. Survival, I get 2 green dice. And I got 0. Failure. Suffer 2 contamination for each missing success. Oh, are you kidding me? Great. I just got 4 contamination. And I only have 1 med. Oh, wait. If you discard your equipped armor, you may ignore all contamination suffered from this card. Yes. Too bad it's my vest, and it's in currently working condition, but oh well. I'll do it. 4 contamination, that'd be bad, because it takes 1 to heal, or 1 to flip it over to be regular damage, and then another 1 to take it away. So, no. That was 8 I'd have to heal. Alright, no, melted armor. And afterward, place a contamination danger marker on your space. Here we go. Well, so if anybody moves onto here again, they'll get no, that's radiation. Anybody moves onto there, they'll get contaminated, but that's never going to happen. Alright, well, that wasn't awful. I did lose my vest. That's alright, so now the ballistic shield is going to be equipped. This was survival card. Alright, so that's it. Down to 1. But first action on the next turn is going to be plot token 5. Oops, that's on 8. Okay, so Book of Tales 55. Either you're too far south or your superiors in New Sydney really suck at recon. You find yourself in Arid Inn, a place looking like a mix of a summer resort and a biker rally. Mutants are lying on the beach close to a building complex that decades ago used to be a logistics center or a huge shopping mall. While they're sunbathing and sipping neon drinks from dirty mugs, travelers, gang members, and pioneers are crowded in a few joints and bars. Here, no one thinks about the war being fought on the other side of the continent. Resolve the proper entry depending on the position of the dominance marker on the track. 8 to 10, 76. Or if I was a slasher, no matter what the position is, you may resolve 111. But nope, 8 to 10, I do 76. I'm on 8 for the dominance tracker. Okay, 76. Here it is. You enter the first bar and spill a beer on a tough-looking fat guy in a leather jacket. That sounds like a good idea. He swings at you, but you dodge, and the strong hook hits a scaly-skinned giant in the side of the head. Then all hell breaks loose. Everyone is at each other's throats, while bar stools and deck chairs are flying over the brawlers' heads. Test Blades 3. If you are equipped with a melee weapon, you obtain 1 additional success. Well, I am equipped with a melee weapon. My blades, though, is just 2 whites, so I only have a slightly higher than 1 in 4 chance of success. Do I need 2 on here? I got 1. Plus the 1 from the katana, so I got 2. Pass, something happens, fail, your provocation fails. The free mutant enforcers rush into the bar, restoring order. You're recognized as a cartel agent. You get a beating and realize that news about a wimp from New Sydney will soon reach nearby Carcassville. Suffer 2 damage for each missing success. Well, I was only missing 1, so 2 damage. Gonna need to heal again. Oh, and resolving the plot point, this moves up 2. Where was I? Move the dominance marker 1 space down the track. Ooh, so now it's only down to it's only at 7. All right. Haven't had too good of luck with these plot points. Okay, well that was just the first action. All I have to do is move here and do that plot point, and that's probably it. But I should do some healing. Yeah, let's camp. I only have 1 med, so all I can do is heal 3. So we'll leave the contamination 1 there. That's all right. I have 6 health, but I'm going to take 1 contamination and 1 radiation. Getting there. That's all right. And then I have 3 repair, but well, this is working. I don't have enough repair skill to repair that, so I guess 3 damage to the truck. Okay, so that's it. Turns over, now we're down to 2. So, yeah, it only takes, so that's 0, 1, that's 2, that's 1, that's 2, and that's 2. Right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oh, it's 8 to get there. Why did I think it was 6? I don't know. And that's a crater. I can't pass through that. Oh, I don't have to go this way. I can go through the mountains. What am I thinking? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 6 if I go through that radiation. I do not want to pick up 2 radiation. All right, so it's only 6 to get to there. So it only costs 2 fuel, or sorry, it's 7 to get to there if I want to skip the radiation. 1, 2, 2, 2. I'll get 1 contamination and 1 radiation. 1 radiation doesn't hurt. My actions again. I'm going to explore first. Maybe I can find something good. What am I on? Highway. All right, exploration. Highway. 1 fuel. Place a threat token on your space. No. I'm already full of fuel, so let's draw another one. This is the last one I can draw because I'm exploration 2, although I only need 3 gas. I could spend 1 fuel if this card is no good. 1 med. So ever anything good on a highway? I'm going for it. I'm spending 1 fuel to do 1 more exploration. But I'm stuck with this one because I do not want to spend any more fuel. 2 fuel. Alright, well I get 1 fuel. Okay. Well, could have had a med. Alright, that was the first action. I only have 1. Well, I can't heal that, so there's really nothing else to do other than move, because I can't explore twice. I can only take each action once. Yeah, camping won't do me any good. There's nothing to repair, and I can't heal, so yeah. Gonna move and spend 3 fuel so that I can move 7. And yeah, that'll be going this way, down to there. Alright, so I get a radiation and a contamination. And I need to draw a survival card, and it's Scrub, because Carcassville is in Scrub. Alright, let's see. No, and this is my second action. Turkey Tribe. On a fate, this enemy deals X damage. X is the number of enemy cards on all wasteland discard piles, maximum of 3. Yeah, it'll deal 3 damage on a spade. Ugh. And I can only block one. If no enemy cards are discarded, X is 1. Yeah, no. Wasteland discard piles, there are more than 3 cards, so maximum is 3. Great. 2 greens and a blue, and each one of these dice has a spade on it. That'd be 3 damage. I can't take 6 total. If I take 6, I can only block 1, and that'll knock me out. So, 2 spades would be enough to end this. Shouldn't get 2 spades. Hopefully I don't get any, but... Alright. And it is a melee attack. If I had a ranged weapon, I could try to kill them so they don't fight back and they wouldn't actually roll. But I don't have any ranged weapons. What do I get? I get an experience point and a gear card. I'll actually get to do an upgrade if I succeed. Need to do 4. Alright, so I'll use my katana. I get 2 whites from my blades skill, and then katana, I only have a blue. Probably not going to do 4 damage. Yeah, I can suffer 1 damage to reroll any blanks. Probably not. Okay, so I'll probably get nothing. Let's see, what do they roll? Okay, 3 and a botch. All right. Yeah, that's about as much as I could have hoped for from that. Well, no, I get the ballistic shield can block 1, so I take 2 damage. Okay, and then my roll is 2. No, I don't kill the turkey tribe, so I don't get any rewards. All right, down to the last turn. Well, I am in a city. So just in case I have to do any fighting or anything, I'm doing the city action first this time. That screwed me in Alice Offsprings. City action. I'm going to the workshop. I can flip 1 broken gear card to its working side regardless of how much the repair cost is. So even this is 4 repair cost, doesn't matter. I can flip this over to its working side, and I can go to the quack, and I can heal 1 radiation and 4 health. Well, let's do the 2 regular, and then that'll be 3, and then removing this is 4. There we go. All right. So that was 1 action, and then my second action is going to be to do this other plot point, which I guess this still would go up to. So let's read that. 65. Hopefully this ends in victory, although I might have to fight the golfer. Road to Ruin. 65. You finally reached the true mutant capital, Carcassville. Everything around here reminds you that you're just an ordinary human. From the dank air of the city erected on platforms floating on mangrove swamps to its weird inhabitants. You may perform 1 free camp action, even if you would have already performed 1 this turn. Okay, 1 free camp action will be repair the shield, although it doesn't really matter. It only blocks 1 on either side. But I don't have any meds, so I can't heal. So yeah, whatever. Then resolve the proper entry depending on the situation of the game. If the special card number 9 is in the game, that's Golfer, C102, so I'm probably going to have to fight him. 102. You know exactly who to meet. You walk straight to the Carcassville Stadium, a cleared area in the jungle. Finding the general of the Free Mutants offensive isn't hard. He's the toughest there is, after all. The mutant leader is monstrous. You can see from afar his bald head sticking out above the trees. The beast takes a swing with a street lantern ripped from a highway shoulder and hits a wrecked field kitchen. Shouting, "For!" It flies... I guess a field kitchen, I don't know how big that is. It flies in a wide arc, spitting fire, and lands a few dozen meters further away. C9. Okay, why couldn't that all be 1 thing? We don't make any choices. Do that now. Oh, maybe 2 different things can lead to 9. All right, 9. Resolve the proper entry depending on the position of the dominance marker on the track. Space 1 to 3, C31. Space 4 to 7, since it went down 1, it's now at 7. Earlier, 52. Space 8 to 10, C68. Or, if you're the stalker, I am, and you noted in the Outback Chronicles that you poisoned water in dugouts, I did not, then you can do 93. So I have to do 32. 32. Test tech. Let's tech a green and a white. I need 2 successes. Hey, 2 successes. One of those rolls actually succeeded. All right, a success is 15 minutes of tinkering with loose wires later. You connect proper plugs and the device comes to, wait, what? Device comes to life. Another hour and you find the carcass filled. $52. Whoops, that's not correct. That didn't sound right. 52. Oh, good. I wasted a success on a tech roll on the wrong one. You're not quite sure what you're doing here and how the hell you've walked into such deep shit. You must have been traveling your own road to ruin for a very long time, and now you know it's a dead end. When you look at Golfer, your whole life flashes before your eyes. Choose. There's no turning back now. Time to kill this mutated spawn. Maybe I have to fight him until he's dead, but he has 15 health. Ugh. Rather than just attacking him once, like most times. I don't know. Or you don't even blink, giving Golfer your most intimidating stare instead. Or, communication is crucial. You negotiate with a giant mutant. No, my negotiation, I get 1 white die. No turning back, time to kill, or you don't even blink, giving Golfer your most intimidating stare. I don't know. So 67 or 91. He's not going to be intimidated. Let's go with there's no turning back now. Time to kill this mutated spawn. 67. You stand face to face with Golfer. His monstrous size is really impressive. Basically, you've already shat yourself, but your only option now is kill that bastard. Maybe he's not as tough as he looks. You reach for your weapon. Resolve combat with Golfer according to normal rules. Before the combat starts, Golfer suffers a number of damage equal to the number of the space of the track where the dominance marker currently is. Okay, so he already suffers 7 damage. But that leaves him with 8. If Golfer is defeated, if Golfer is not defeated, well, we do something else. Oh, 159 is, okay, if he's not, yeah, I already saw that. If he's not defeated, it's game over. Well, I don't think I can do 8 damage to him. What I have Katana is green and blue now. And I get 2 whites. Like, it's impossible for me to do 8 damage. Oh, no, it's not. These have 2s on them. That's right. I can suffer 1 damage to re-roll any of my dice. Only once? Once per combat, yes. Well, all right. Let's before I get his dice out, let's see if there's any chance I can actually defeat him. I have to do 8. 1. Yeah, and spades don't do anything. Well, I got no 2s, so I have to reroll all of them. I suffer 1 damage. Yeah, all right. So no, he doesn't even need to roll. I don't defeat him. If he's not defeated, there's no way you could have this way it could have ended differently. This thought is with you when you watch from the ground level how Golfer makes his trademark swing, shouting, "For!" The last thing you remember is the picturesque aerial view of Carcassville. See 159, where 159 says you're dead. Alright, that's the one I read before. Yeah, it's the very last entry. Yep. I died again. Oh, I failed twice. Alright, well, I'll try it again tomorrow. Maybe I'll succeed then. Although, maybe I'll actually pick a specific character. Although I've gone both routes, so now I'll do it random again. Random vehicle, random character. I'm 0 for 2. That's fine. Plus, The more times you fail, the more times you have to play it, and you get to experience more of the different things that can happen in the adventure. I'm cool with that. Don't want to win every time. That's no fun. All right. Let's see. Where's my mouse? There it is. All right. So I died twice. And both times I was at the end place. So both times I was so close. I mean, even if this had been at 10, I still would have had to do 5 damage to him. Yeah, that might have been doable, although I think I ended up with only 3 with the reroll. Alright, died to Golfer. Alright, so that's it for the night. Sorry. That's it for the night. We'll try some more Waste Nights tomorrow. So far, I am liking this game. I think it's pretty cool. And I think it's going to have a lot of replayability. And it's not that complicated. So, yeah, this would be one I'm going to try to get my friends that won't play complicated games to play. Okay, so, yeah, liking it so far. That's Waste Nights. Since we're in Australia, until tomorrow, g'day, if that's a way to say goodbye, I don't know.